Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. In the spring of 1876, in the vast iron and glass expanse of Machinery Hall at the Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, a Scottish chemist and member of the British Parliament named Lyon Playfair walked slowly down a long aisle of foreign exhibits with a small magnifying glass in his own hand, pausing every few paces to lift a lock, a pocket knife, a length of woven cloth, or a child's tin toy up to the light and turn it over, inspecting the workmanship with the same unhurried, faintly disapproving attention a jeweller might bring to a stone he already suspected was flawed. Playfair had been sent to Philadelphia by his own government specifically to survey what the rest of the industrial world was actually capable of producing, and what he found, case after case, aisle after aisle, in the section given over to the goods of a German empire barely 5 years old, unsettled him considerably less than it should have, because the German cutlery he examined that spring bent where British cutlery held its edge. The German locks sprang open under a probe where British locks resisted, and the German machine tools, built to imitate designs any competent British engineer would have recognised on sight, arrived at their own imitation slightly wrong in ways a trained eye caught immediately, and a customer further down the supply chain, buying on price rather than pedigree, generally did not. He was not alone in his own aisle that particular afternoon, because Machinery Hall in the spring of 1876 drew a steady stream of American engineers and American industrialists as well, men touring the same exhibits with a considerably more open and considerably more genuinely curious eye than Playfair's own defensive British scrutiny. And it is worth naming honestly that several of these same American visitors left considerably more impressed by specific individual German exhibits, precision optical instruments among them, than Playfair's own official report to Parliament ever cared to acknowledge. A small and largely overlooked discrepancy in how differently two rival industrial powers chose to read the exact same evidence laid out under the exact same glass cases that same spring. Playfair went home and told Parliament, in a report that circulated for years afterward among British manufacturers as a small, comfortable proof of exactly what everyone in Sheffield and Birmingham already wanted to believe, that German industry, for all its own recent political drama and all its own recent talk of empire, remained a cheap and derivative shadow of the real thing, a nation of capable copyists rather than genuine innovators, and it would be barely more than a single working lifetime, the same span of years this whole long night is about to walk you through, before the very phrase British lawmakers eventually stamped onto German goods, specifically to warn their own consumers away from them, the words made in Germany, stopped functioning as an insult altogether, and became instead the single most trusted guarantee of quality a manufactured object anywhere in the world could actually carry. We are not telling tonight the story of how a scattered handful of German kingdoms and free cities first became a single empire under one crown, nor the story of the naval rivalry and the colonial posturing that empire went on to conduct against the older power across the North Sea once it already existed, two stories this same room has walked through in full on other nights. Tonight belongs to something considerably less glamorous than a coronation, and considerably more consequential than any single battle, to the actual machinery, the actual furnaces, the actual laboratories, the actual railway timetables and bank ledgers and university lecture halls, through which a collection of quarrelling, mostly rural, mostly agricultural German states, possessing at the start of this story neither a shared currency nor a shared market, nor very much heavy industry to speak of at all, transformed itself, across roughly 80 years, into the single most technologically advanced and second most productive industrial economy on the entire surface of the earth. A nation that by the eve of the First World War was out-producing Great Britain in steel, out-innovating every rival on the planet in industrial chemistry and supplying, from a small cluster of factory towns along a handful of rivers, something in the range of 9 out of every $10 worth of synthetic dye the whole of the world's clothing industry actually used. It is worth remembering too, before this evening ever properly begins, exactly how strange and exactly how instructive the specific arc of this whole story actually is, when set beside every other transformation a long night in this same room has previously walked you through. Because this is not, at its own core, a story about a single battlefield, a single dynasty, or a single besieged city. The way a good many of the nights this channel has spent together with you have been. It is a story about ledgers, patents, railway timetables, and factory inspectors' reports. The kind of unglamorous documentary record historians of war and of kings rarely have to sit with for very long, and it asks, in return for that unglamorous material, a slightly different kind of patience from you tonight. The patience to find genuine drama inside a customs treaty, genuine tension inside a chemical patent dispute, and a genuinely human story inside the specific choices a chancellor, a chemist, and a coal miner each separately made across the very same 80 years. Choices that, taken all together, change the shape of the entire 20th century every bit as thoroughly as any single battle this evening might otherwise have chosen to tell you about instead. Let us say the shape of this thesis plainly, at the very start, so you know what kind of a night this is going to be. This is not a story about a single inspired chancellor waving a wand over a rural backwater and conjuring a factory economy into being overnight. A version of events a good deal of triumphant later German mythology preferred to tell, and it is not, either, a story about pure and impersonal economic law working itself out automatically the moment German unity finally arrived in 1871. A version some later economists have been just as tempted to prefer. It is a story about a specific and unusually deliberate stack of decisions. A customs union built for tariff revenue that quietly became a single national market decades before any flag flew over it, a railway network built as much to move coal and iron as to move passengers, a legal system that protected price-fixing cartels as sacred private contracts at the exact moment other industrializing nations were starting to outlaw them, a university system that treated the training of research chemists the way older nations trained soldiers, and a state that discovered, almost by accident, that giving factory workers a floor of insurance against sickness, injury, and old age made those same workers considerably less likely to burn the factories down. It is a story, too, about the human beings who actually paid for all of it in ways the balance sheets never recorded, miners who never came back up a shaft, children who never saw the inside of a schoolroom because a loom needed small fingers, and a whole valley of the Ruhr that learned, across 2 generations, to breathe smoke as though smoke was simply what air was supposed to taste like now. Before we drift any further into tonight's long story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely find something worth returning to here, because that is truly the only reason I would ever want you to. This small channel is still finding its own footing, sitting right around 1,000 subscribers as I record this, and if you feel like giving a hand to a channel that means to keep telling these long, unhurried stories for a good while, yet sticking around and helping us find our way toward 10,000 subscribers would mean more than you probably realise. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll find the Spotify link for this channel waiting for you down in the description, since new episodes have started landing there a little before they ever reach the same screen, and if you happen to be listening on Spotify right now instead, all it takes is searching Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of what this channel has been quietly building. And if the mood takes you, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below, because it costs nothing, and it lets other restless, sleepless people find their way to this same corner of the internet. And there is something genuinely pleasant about knowing that somewhere out there tonight, under some entirely different stretch of sky, a stranger is settling into their own version of this same slow hour. There is no need to rush towards sleep, and no need to rush through what follows either. Let your body sink a little further into whatever is holding it up right now, whether that is a mattress, a couch, or a chair you did not actually plan on falling asleep in, and let your breathing find its own slower rhythm without any real effort on your part. Dim the light if it is not dim already, or simply let your eyes go soft and heavy if the dark has already found you, because none of what follows needs to be watched closely to be understood, only heard, the way you might hear a distant train working its way across open country long after you have stopped being able to see it and let yourself drift, at whatever pace feels right tonight, into the story of a Scottish inspector's magnifying glass, a mocked and cheapened stamp of origin, and the slow, unglamorous, genuinely astonishing machine of coal, chemistry, capital, and cold calculation that turned that same insult into the proudest label German industry had. A patchwork sewn together first by tariffs and only much later by cannon. To understand how any of this actually became possible, we have to begin considerably earlier than 1871 and considerably further from any battlefield, in the fractured political geography that still covered the German-speaking lands of Central Europe in the years immediately following the Napoleonic Wars, a landscape of some 36 individual sovereign states, kingdoms, grand duchies, free cities, and ecclesiastical territories, loosely bound together inside a body called the German Confederation, each one of them maintaining as a matter of ordinary sovereign business its own customs house, its own tariff schedule, and its own currency, so that a wagon of finished cloth or raw timber moving from one German city to another only a few days' travel away might cross 10 or 15 separate toll barriers along the way, paying a separate duty at each one, converting currency at each one, and filling out separate paperwork at each one, a condition that a considerable number of the merchants and manufacturers actually trying to move goods across this same patchwork experienced not as quaint local variety, but as a genuinely crippling structural handicap against rivals in France and Britain who could already move goods the length of a unified national territory without paying a single internal toll. It is worth naming the specific man whose own name would come to be attached more than any other single figures to the argument that this fragmentation had to end before German industry could ever hope to compete on anything like even terms. A restless, exiled, and by most contemporary accounts genuinely difficult economist named Friedrich List, who had been forced to flee his own native Württemberg some years earlier over his own outspoken political agitation, spent a formative stretch of years observing American industrial development firsthand during an extended exile in the United States, and returned to Europe convinced, with a clarity and a stubbornness that cost him a great many friendships along the way, that a young or fragmented economy trying to industrialize in direct, unprotected competition against an already industrialized rival like Britain was not practicing free trade at all, but committing a kind of slow economic suicide, an argument he laid out at real length in a book published in 1841, arguing that infant industries needed a period of deliberate tariff protection and, just as urgently, a single unified internal market large enough to let German manufacturers actually achieve the scale their British and French competitors already enjoyed, before they could ever be expected to survive open competition on equal terms. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how contested List's own argument actually was among his own contemporaries, because a great many established European economists of the period, working comfortably within the free trade orthodoxy Britain's own considerable head start had made genuinely persuasive to a great many observers, dismissed List's own case for infant industry protection as, at best, a special pleading for backward economies too weak to compete honestly, and at worst, a genuine threat to the whole cooperative logic of international trade. A dismissal that makes List's own eventual vindication, decades after his own death, considerably more striking, because the specific economy his own critics had once described as too weak to ever compete, honestly went on, within the span this whole evening has spent describing, to outcompete the very economies that had dismissed his own argument in the first place. List himself did not live to see the fullest working out of his own argument, dying by his own hand in 1846 after years of financial hardship and professional disappointment, but the specific institutional vehicle that carried his own basic argument forward had, in fact, already begun taking shape years before his death, when Prussia, the largest and most administratively capable of the German states, began methodically absorbing the smaller customs territories immediately surrounding it into a single Prussian tariff zone through the 1820s, and then, in 1834, formally launched a considerably larger union called the Zollverein, binding together, under one shared external tariff and one internal free trade zone, the great majority of the German states outside Austria, a union that grew through the 1840s and 50s to encompass something on the order of 30 million people, and the overwhelming majority of German territory, decades before any of those same states shared a single flag, a single army, or a single monarch. Consider, too, one further quiet standardization the newly unified empire completed only shortly after political unification itself, because Germany formally adopted the metric system of weights and measures as its own sole legal standard in 1872, replacing the considerable jumble of separate local measures, a Prussian pound differing in actual weight from a Bavarian pound, a Saxon foot differing from a Hamburg foot, that had survived, in one form or another, even the tariff standardization the Zollverein had already achieved decades earlier, a reform that mattered enormously to precisely the kind of precise, interchangeable industrial manufacturing this evening has already described the Vereindeutcher Ingenieur working to standardize, since a shared decimal system of measurement made the whole business of specifying, ordering, and inspecting machine parts across different firms and different regions considerably simpler than it had ever been under the old patchwork of local units. One further small brick, laid quietly and almost without any single dramatic announcement, in the same wall of standardization this whole evening has spent so long describing being built. It is worth naming, too, exactly how far the Zollverein's own quiet work of standardization actually reached beyond tariffs alone, because the individual German states inside the Union had continued for decades after 1834, minting their own separate coinage and issuing their own separate paper currency, a leftover fragmentation the Union's own member states finally addressed in 1857 through the Vienna Monetary Treaty, establishing a shared silver currency standard, the Vereinstaler, that could circulate and be honoured at an agreed fixed value across the whole of the customs union's own territory. A genuinely important intermediate step this evening would ask you to hold on to, because it would not be until German political unification itself, in the 1870s, that this same currency question finally reached its own full resolution, the new empire adopting a single gold-backed currency. The mark, in 1873, financed in no small part this evening's own later hours are about to describe by precisely the flood of French indemnity gold the War of 1870 and 71 had just delivered into German coffers. It is hard not to notice, looking back across the whole rest of this story from where it eventually ends up, exactly how much quiet, unglamorous work that same customs union had already done by the time political unification finally arrived in 1871. Because the Zollverein had spent nearly 4 decades training German merchants, German bankers, and German manufacturers to think and to plan and to build factories on the scale of a single large national market rather than a single small principality, standardizing weights, measures, and increasingly currency, across a territory considerably larger than Britain's own home islands, and giving Prussia, specifically, a form of quiet economic leadership over the rest of the German world that would prove, when the moment for actual political unification finally arrived under a different and considerably more famous instrument entirely, to have already done a great deal of the hardest and least visible preparatory work, it is worth remembering too exactly who the Zollverein deliberately left standing outside its own gates, because Austria, the other genuinely great power among the German-speaking states, and Prussia's own long-standing rival for leadership of the wider German world, was excluded from the customs union almost entirely by Prussian design. Austria's own considerably more protectionist and considerably more industrially underdeveloped economy still built substantially around its own separate and largely agrarian Habsburg territories further east, making a full merger with the Zollverein's own comparatively liberal tariff structure genuinely difficult to negotiate even before the underlying political rivalry between Berlin and Vienna is taken into account, an exclusion that let Prussia build, over 4 decades, a purely economic argument for exactly the kind of smaller, Prussian-led German nation, without Austria included, that Bismarck would eventually deliver by considerably more direct military means in 1866. A reminder that the economic and the political stories this whole evening keeps insisting on treating as inseparable were, in this specific instance, quite literally the very same argument, made first in a tariff schedule and only decades later on an actual battlefield. An iron road out of a small Bavarian city, and the industry it dragged along behind it. It is worth turning next to the second great engine this same patchwork economy acquired in these same early decades. Because if the Zollverein gave German industry a market, the railway gave it, almost immediately, both a customer and a set of demands no existing German industry could yet actually meet. On the 7th of December, 1835, a small steam locomotive built in England and shipped across the sea in pieces, named Der Adler, the Eagle, pulled a short train of open carriages along a single stretch of track barely 6 miles long, connecting the Bavarian cities of Nuremberg and Fürth, watched by a crowd of several thousand curious onlookers who had turned out to see a machine that moved considerably faster than any horse most of them had ever personally witnessed. And though that first short line was, by any honest accounting, a modest and largely experimental undertaking financed by local merchants rather than any national government, it opened, within a remarkably short span of years, into a genuine railway building boom across nearly every German state at once, each one racing to connect its own principal cities and its own principal industrial districts to a growing web of iron track that had, within barely 2 decades, tied together a rail network considerably denser and considerably more extensively planned than the comparatively haphazard, privately improvised network Britain's own earlier railway boom had produced. Consider, too, exactly what this same railway boom actually demanded of the rest of the German economy in order to happen at all, because it is here, more than in almost any other single sector, that the deliberate state-encouraged logic of German industrialization first becomes visible in concrete physical terms. Every mile of German track laid down across these same decades required rails rolled from iron, locomotives forged and machined by skilled metal workers, bridges engineered to carry loads no German engineer had previously been asked to calculate, and a rapidly growing corps of trained mechanics and technicians capable of building, operating and repairing all of it, a demand that fell, in the earliest years, on an iron and machine-building industry still considerably smaller and considerably less sophisticated than its British counterpart, and that several German states, Prussia foremost among them, responded to not by simply importing British rails and British locomotives indefinitely, which would have been the cheaper and easier short-term choice, but by actively subsidizing, protecting and in some cases directly financing domestic German firms, specifically so that the railway boom's own enormous appetite for iron and machinery would build up a German heavy industry capable, eventually, of supplying it entirely from German furnaces and German workshops, rather than continuing to send that same enormous stream of orders across the North Sea indefinitely. It is worth remembering, too, exactly how directly this same railway network reshaped the actual geography of where German industry chose to grow. Because a coal field that had sat for centuries as a modestly useful local resource, mined in small quantities for local blacksmiths and local households, became something considerably more valuable the moment a rail line could carry that same coal cheaply and reliably to iron foundries, to gasworks, and eventually to the boilers of the very locomotives running on rails made from iron smelted with it. A self-reinforcing cycle that concentrated German industrial growth with real and lasting geographic consequence along the specific river valleys and coal basins. The new rail network happened to connect most densely, chief among them a stretch of the lower Rhine Valley in western Prussia, where a tributary river called the Ruhr gave its own name to a coal field that would go on across the following century to become the single most concentrated zone of heavy industry anywhere on the European continent. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely consequential decision several German states, Prussia foremost among them, made regarding who should actually own this same expanding railway network. Because where Britain's own railways had grown up almost entirely under private competing ownership, a patchwork of rival companies frequently duplicating routes and frequently refusing to cooperate on shared timetables or shared freight rates. Prussia moved, across the 1870s and 80s, to nationalise the great majority of its own previously private rail lines into a single unified state-owned system, the Prussian State Railways, a consolidation Bismarck himself championed partly for the straightforward fiscal reason that a profitable state railway monopoly represented a genuinely useful and genuinely reliable source of government revenue, and partly for the military reason that a unified state-controlled network could be mobilised in the event of war with a speed and a coordination a fragmented private system could never quite match. A nationalisation that let the German rail network operate by the 1890s. With a degree of centralised planning and centralised efficiency, several contemporary British railway engineers privately envied even as their own nation's commitment to private railway ownership left it unwilling to seriously consider following suit. By the eve of German political unification in 1871, the German states together had already laid down something in the range of 11,000 miles of railway track, a figure that placed the still unformed German nation ahead of France in total rail mileage and closing rapidly on Britain's own considerably longer head start, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with what that single statistic actually represented, because it meant that the physical circulatory system an industrial economy would eventually need, the arteries along which coal, iron ore, finished machinery, and eventually chemicals and manufactured goods of every description would all have to move, had already been substantially built, financed, and staffed by German capital and German engineers years before a single German emperor had ever been proclaimed. One more piece of quiet infrastructural preparation this whole story is going to keep returning to as the specific and genuinely underappreciated foundation everything that followed was actually built upon. A society of engineers that decided, decades before any government forced the issue, that a bolt made in Hamburg had better fit a nut made in Munich. It is worth naming briefly one further and genuinely underappreciated piece of institutional plumbing this evening has not yet described, because German heavy industry's own capacity to actually build the enormous interconnected machinery this whole night has spent so long describing depended on a degree of technical standardization that did not exist anywhere in Germany at the start of this story, and had to be deliberately constructed piece by piece by the engineers themselves. A professional body called the Verein Deutscher Ingenieur, the Association of German Engineers, founded in 1856, spent the following decades doing exactly this kind of unglamorous but genuinely essential work, publishing shared technical standards for screw threads, for steam boiler pressure ratings, for machine tolerances, and for the training curriculum a certified engineer was actually expected to master. Standards that let a component manufactured in one German factory fit reliably into a machine assembled hundreds of miles away in another. A degree of interchangeability British manufacturers, still relying on a considerably more fragmented patchwork of individual firm and individual region standards well into the 20th century, took noticeably longer to achieve at comparable national scale. Consider too the specific locomotive and machine-building firm whose own growth traces this same standardization story in miniature, because August Borsig founded a small machine works in Berlin in 1837 that grew, on the strength of the same railway boom this evening has already described, sweeping across the German states, into one of the largest locomotive manufacturers on the entire European continent, building, within a single generation, engines that German railway companies had previously been forced to import from Britain at considerable expense. And it is worth remembering that firms like Borsig's, considerably less famous today than Krupp or Siemens, but every bit as essential to the underlying machine-building capacity this whole story depends on, supplied the actual physical tools, the lathes, the presses, the boring machines, that every other German industry this evening has described, from the Ruhr's own rolling mills to Bayer's own chemical reactors, actually needed simply to build anything else at all. A capital city that grew, inside a single working lifetime, from a quiet royal residence town into something contemporaries had taken to calling, only half in jest, Chicago on the spree. It is worth pausing briefly before this evening follows the coal and the iron ore south and west into the Ruhr itself, on what this same industrial acceleration actually did to the empire's own capital, because Berlin's own transformation across these same decades offers a considerably more purely urban and considerably less purely industrial version of everything this whole night has already described. Berlin counted something in the range of 800,000 residents at the time of German unification in 1871, a genuinely substantial city by the standards of the age, but one still comparable in scale to a good many other European capitals, and grew, across the following 4 decades, to something in the range of 2 million residents within the city's own formal boundaries alone, and well over 3.5 million once the surrounding, rapidly industrializing suburbs were counted alongside it, a rate of growth that outpaced nearly every other major European city of the period, and that transformed Berlin, within a single working lifetime, from a comparatively modest royal residence town into the 4th largest city on the entire European continent. It is worth naming honestly exactly what kind of housing this same explosive growth actually produced, because Berlin's own particular solution to the problem of housing so many new industrial workers so quickly took a specific and genuinely distinctive architectural form, the Mietskaserne, literally the rental barracks, an enormous 5 or 6 story apartment block built around a series of increasingly cramped internal courtyards. The street-facing apartments reserved for wealthier tenants, and the innermost courtyard apartments, receiving daylight only second-hand off a neighbouring wall, and separated from the street by 2 or 3 additional courtyards a resident had to cross just to reach open air, rented out to the poorest working families at correspondingly reduced rates, a building type Berlin's own municipal building code of 1875 inadvertently encouraged by permitting courtyards as small as roughly 5.5 metres across, just barely large enough. Contemporary regulations specified, for a horse-drawn fire engine to turn around inside, a standard several later urban historians have cited as a particularly blunt example of a housing system designed around the movement of municipal equipment rather than around the health or the comfort of the human beings actually meant to live inside it. Consider too exactly how densely packed the resulting neighbourhoods actually became, because contemporary public health surveys of Berlin's own poorer industrial districts recorded population densities in the most crowded courtyard blocks running to well over 1,000 residents per hectare, figures that place specific streets and specific blocks among the most densely populated urban spaces recorded anywhere in Europe at the time, a density municipal reformers and public health officials of the period wrote about with real and increasingly urgent alarm, tying it directly in report after report to tuberculosis rates, infant mortality rates, and outbreaks of typhoid and cholera considerably higher than in Berlin's own wealthier, less densely built western districts only a short tram ride away. A contrast several contemporary social investigators, walking the same two districts within a single afternoon, described as feeling less like crossing a city street than crossing between two entirely different centuries. It is worth remembering too exactly how a single Berlin municipal government actually managed to keep pace with growth this fast at all, because the city invested across these same decades in an expanding network of piped water, sewage treatment, and municipal gas and electric utilities that place Berlin, by the 1890s, considerably ahead of a great many other rapidly growing European capitals in basic public sanitation, a genuine civic achievement this evening would ask you to set alongside the crowded Mietskaserne courtyards this evening has already described, because the same municipal government capable of building an underground railway and a citywide sewer network in barely 2 decades was, at the very same time, permitting exactly the kind of overcrowded, undersized housing this evening has already documented. A contradiction this evening would simply ask you to notice rather than resolve, because it is, in miniature, the same contradiction this whole long night has kept returning to at every single turn. Consider too that Berlin's own explosive growth was never an isolated case, because Hamburg, already the empire's own busiest port before this whole transformation truly accelerated, roughly tripled its own population across these same decades, on the strength of exactly the shipping trade this evening has already described Albert Ballin building, and Leipzig, home to the trade fair this evening has already introduced, grew from a comparatively modest regional centre into one of the largest cities in the whole of Saxony, a pattern of urban growth repeating itself, in one variation or another, across nearly every city this evening has named tonight, each one swelling within a single working lifetime to a scale its own residents' grandparents would have found almost impossible to recognise. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what kind of nickname this same rapid, chaotic, genuinely overwhelming growth eventually earned the city among its own residents and its own visitors alike. Foreign journalists and German commentators both taking to calling Berlin with a mixture of genuine admiration and genuine unease, Chicago on the spree, a comparison to the American city then most famous for its own explosive, largely unplanned industrial growth, a nickname that captured, in a single phrase, exactly the same double-edged transformation this whole evening has already asked you to hold in both hands at once. A capital city genuinely and rapidly becoming one of the great industrial and commercial centres of the modern world, and a capital city whose own ordinary residents were, in a great many documented cases, paying for that same transformation with their own crowded, sunless, and genuinely unhealthy daily lives. The valley that learned to breathe smoke as though smoke were simply what air was supposed to taste like now. It is worth turning at this point to the specific place where German heavy industry actually took its own most concentrated physical shape, because no single region did more to earn Germany its eventual reputation as an industrial power than the stretch of coal-rich territory along the Ruhr River in western Prussia, a district that had counted at the start of the 19th century perhaps a few 100,000 people scattered across small farming towns and modest local mining operations, and that had grown, by the eve of the First World War, into a nearly continuous belt of factory towns, coking plants, blast furnaces, and rail yards housing something in the range of 3.5 million people, the overwhelming majority of them drawn there across 2 or 3 generations by the simple and considerably blunt promise of steady industrial wages a rural German or Polish or Silesian farm could no longer reliably offer them. It is hard not to notice specifically the single family and the single company whose own name became, more than any other, synonymous with this entire transformation. Because the story of the Krupp works at Essen is, in a genuine and not merely convenient sense, the story of German heavy industry in miniature. Friedrich Krupp had founded a small and, for most of his own working life, genuinely unsuccessful steel foundry at Essen in 1811, struggling for decades against superior British steel-making technology and dying in 1826, leaving his own teenage son, Alfred, a business several contemporaries privately regarded as functionally bankrupt. And it was this same Alfred Krupp, taking over a failing foundry at only 14 years old and working, by every surviving account, with an obsessive and genuinely relentless personal discipline across the following 6 decades, who built that same small workshop into the largest industrial enterprise on the entire European continent, pioneering, in the 1850s, a method for casting seamless steel railway wheels that won Krupp a genuine international reputation at the Great Exhibition in London in 1851, and pivoting across the following 2 decades into the manufacture of heavy artillery that would make the Krupp name and the specific reputation for German engineering precision it carried known to every army procurement office in the world. Consider, too, exactly what a Krupp cannon actually represented to the wider story this evening is telling, because Alfred Krupp's guns won their own first genuinely decisive reputation, not in some distant colonial skirmish, but in the 2 wars Prussia fought against Austria in 1866 and against France in 1870 and 71. Wars in which Krupp steel breech-loading artillery outperformed the older bronze muzzle-loading cannon, still fielded by both of Prussia's rivals with a decisiveness that stunned military observers across Europe. And it is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely uncomfortable truth this same success embodies, that German industrial and German military power grew, from these earliest decades onward, considerably less like 2 separate and occasionally overlapping stories, and considerably more like a single project pursued through 2 different instruments at once. A pattern this evening's own later hours will ask you to keep firmly in view, because it never entirely stopped being true. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely paternalistic character Alfred Krupp built into the community surrounding his own works at Essen, because it offers a useful early glimpse of a pattern German heavy industry would go on to repeat, in one form or another, across nearly the whole of the following century. Krupp built, alongside his own furnaces and rolling mills, entire company-owned housing estates for his own workers, complete with company shops, company schools, company hospitals, and a company pension fund, a system Krupp himself justified, in his own private correspondence, less as any expression of pure generosity than as a calculated method of binding a workforce to a single employer through dependency, discouraging both the labour turnover and the emerging socialist organising that a purely wage-based relationship, he privately worried, would otherwise leave workers considerably freer to pursue, an arrangement several later historians have described as a genuinely early and genuinely deliberate template for the wider system of state-managed worker welfare Germany, would go on to build at the national level barely a decade after Alfred Krupp's own death. By the 1880s, the Ruhr Basin alone was producing something on the order of triple the coal output it had managed only 20 years earlier, and the towns strung along its own rivers and rail lines, Essen, Dortmund, Duisburg, Bochum, had grown in barely 2 generations from quiet market towns into a nearly unbroken industrial corridor lit day and night by the orange glow of blast furnaces and coking ovens, a landscape contemporary visitors from Britain and France, themselves no strangers to industrial smoke, repeatedly described in their own travel writing with a mixture of genuine professional admiration and genuine personal horror, admiration for the sheer scale and speed of what had been built, and horror at the specific and unmistakable human cost. In filthy tenement housing, in polluted rivers, in a permanent haze of coal smoke that settled over the whole valley, and that the people actually living inside it had, within a single working lifetime, learned to simply call the ordinary texture of the air. It is worth sitting, for just one unhurried moment, inside the actual sensory experience of walking through a town like Essen after dark in these same years, because the statistics this evening keeps returning to can flatten, without meaning to, exactly what a place like this actually felt like to stand inside. The night sky over the Ruhr in the 1880s and 90s never fully went dark the way a rural sky still did only a few miles further out, because a dozen blast furnaces working around the clock threw a low, shifting orange glow up against the underside of the clouds that visitors compared, again and again in their own letters home, to a permanent and oddly beautiful sunset that never actually finished setting. The air carried, at all hours, the specific mingled smell of burning coke, hot iron, and the sulphurous tang of slag being poured, a smell residents described, without much exaggeration, as something that settled into the fibres of their own clothing and never fully washed out. And the ground itself, for anyone standing close enough to a working furnace, carried a low, continuous tremor from steam hammers and rolling mills that ran through the soles of a worker's boots long after his own shift had actually ended, so that men who had spent a decade in the mills, several contemporary doctors noted, sometimes reported a phantom vibration in their own legs, even on the rare nights they managed to sleep somewhere quiet enough to notice its absence. Consider, too, the second and considerably younger man whose own rivalry with Alfred Krupp helped drive this same transformation forward at an even faster pace, because August Thyssen, born in 1842 into a modest banking family in the Ruhr town of Eschweiler, built, beginning in the 1870s, a rival steel and coal empire that grew, across the following 4 decades, into a conglomerate nearly as large as Krupp's own, pioneering along the way some of the most aggressive vertical integration anywhere in German industry, acquiring his own coal mines to feed his own coking plants, to feed his own blast furnaces, to feed his own rolling mills, a chain of ownership that let Thyssen capture profit at every single stage of the production process, rather than surrendering a share of it to independent suppliers at each step, a model Krupp himself was eventually forced to imitate simply to remain competitive, and it is this same rivalry between 2 ferociously ambitious industrial dynasties playing out across the same 20-mile stretch of river valley that historians have since credited with driving Ruhr industry to expand and to modernise at a pace neither firm would likely have matched fighting a gentler, more cooperative contest alone. It is worth naming honestly too exactly who actually walked into the Ruhr to do the digging and the pouring and the hammering this whole transformation required, because the region's own native Prussian population could never, on its own, have supplied a workforce growing as quickly as the mines and mills demanded, and mine and steel companies turned, across the 1880s and 90s, to a large and steady stream of migrant labour recruited from the poorer, more heavily agricultural eastern provinces of Prussia, a great many of them ethnic Poles, from Prussian Poland and Masuria, whom Ruhr residents came to call, sometimes with real hostility and sometimes with a grudging and eventually genuine respect. The Ruhr Polen, the Ruhr Poles, a community that grew, by the years just before the First World War, to number several 100,000 people, concentrated in specific mining districts, building their own churches, their own mutual aid societies, and their own Polish-language newspapers, even as German nationalist opinion of the period, increasingly anxious about a growing non-German-speaking population inside the empire's own industrial heartland, subjected them to real and sustained official suspicion, a community whose own labour, like the labour of the ordinary German miners and mill hands working alongside them, this evening's own later hours are going to return to and refuse to let the tonnage statistics quietly erase. It is worth remembering, too, the specific and genuinely striking contrast between the company housing this evening has already described Alfred Krupp building for his own ordinary workers and the residence he built for his own family at exactly the same time, because Krupp constructed, on a hillside overlooking his own works at Essen, an enormous private mansion called the Villa Hügel, completed in 1873 and containing, by the time of its own completion, well over 200 rooms spread across a footprint considerably larger than a good many of the entire apartment blocks this evening has already described housing dozens of his own working families at once, a residence Krupp himself justified, in his own private correspondence, as necessary venue for entertaining the foreign monarchs, generals and procurement officials whose own orders kept his own furnaces running, but that stood, examined honestly and set directly beside the cramped Mietskasse in courtyards, this evening has already walked you through, as its own unmistakable physical monument to exactly how unevenly the wealth this whole transformation generated actually came to rest. It is hard not to notice, too, that Krupp's own combined mining and steelmaking operations never actually stood entirely alone even at this same enormous scale, because the specific coal syndicate and steel cartel arrangements this evening has already described meant that Krupp, Thyssen, and a considerable number of smaller Ruhr firms besides were, by the years just before the First World War, coordinating output, pricing, and in several documented cases even raw material allocation with one another through exactly the kind of legally protected cooperative structure. This evening has already described the Reichsgericht sanctioning back in 1897, a reminder that even the single most famous individual firm in the whole of this story never actually operated as a purely independent competitor in the way a casual telling of Krupp's own celebrated history sometimes implies. Consider, too, exactly how large the workforce inside Krupp's own gates had actually grown by the time this whole story reaches its own natural end, because the firm Alfred Krupp had inherited as a functionally bankrupt 14-year-old employed something in the range of 140 men at the time of his own father's death in 1826, and employed, by 1913, something in the range of 70,000 workers across its own combined mining, steelmaking and armaments operations, a single company's own workforce larger than the entire population of a good many respectable German towns, a figure worth sitting with plainly, because it means that one family's own private industrial empire had grown across a single working lifetime and its own immediate successor into an enterprise employing more people than a great many of the sovereign German principalities this evening's own opening hours describe still existing as genuinely separate political units only a century earlier. It is worth naming too that the Krupp family's own approach to worker welfare did not simply freeze in place at the paternalistic company housing. This evening has already described Alfred Krupp building, because his own grandson, Gustav Krupp von Bohlen and Halbach, who took control of the firm in the years just after this evening's own story reaches its end, went on to build, beginning in 1906, an altogether more ambitious garden suburb for Krupp workers called Margrethenhöhe, laid out around winding tree-lined streets and genuinely spacious individual cottages rather than the cramped courtyard blocks this evening, has already described Berlin's own Mietskaserne producing. A development this evening would ask you to hold alongside the Villa Hügel this evening as already described, not to erase the genuine inequality that same mansion represented, but to recognise honestly that the Krupp dynasty's own relationship to the workers whose own labour built its fortune kept shifting generation by generation in directions that were not always simply worse. It is hard not to notice finally the darker and considerably more personal chapter this same Krupp dynasty produced in its own second generation, because Alfred Krupp's own son, Friedrich Alfred Krupp, who inherited the firm on his own father's death in 1887, expanded the works at Essen even further, winning enormous new government contracts to supply armour plate for the very battleship programme. This evening's own opening hours have already told you a story on another night walked through in considerably more diplomatic detail before dying suddenly in November of 1902, at only 48 years old, in circumstances surrounded by public scandal after Italian newspapers published lurid allegations concerning his own private conduct during extended stays on the island of Capri, a scandal the German government moved quickly and forcefully to suppress within its own domestic press, and one this evening names only briefly, honestly, because it is a reminder that even the single most celebrated industrial dynasty in the whole of this story carried, behind its own public reputation for engineering precision, a private life considerably more fragile and considerably more closely guarded than the firm's own gleaming public image ever let on. A second coal and iron country considerably further east, that the Ruhr's own fame has spent a century quietly overshadowing. It is worth naming, before this evening leaves the coalfields altogether, a second and rather less celebrated industrial region this evening has not yet properly introduced, because German heavy industry never grew out of the Ruhr alone, and Upper Silesia, a coal-rich province in the empire's own far southeastern corner, bordering Austria-Hungary and Russian Poland, built, across these same decades, an industrial complex of coal mines, iron works, and zinc smelters that rivaled the Ruhr's own output in several individual categories, and that carried, in its own workforce and its own politics, a genuinely different character from the story this evening has already told you in the West. It is worth remembering plainly exactly what that difference actually was, because Upper Silesia's own industrial workforce was drawn overwhelmingly from a population that was, unlike the migrant Ruhr Poland this evening has already described travelling west in search of wages, ethnically and linguistically, Polish by long-standing local majority rather than by recent migration, a population whose own children were taught largely in German language schools under a Prussian educational policy explicitly designed to encourage linguistic assimilation, and whose own local Catholic clergy, considerably more independent of the largely Protestant Prussian state than a great many officials in Berlin found entirely comfortable, functioned, across these same decades, as one of the only institutions genuinely trusted by ordinary Upper Silesian mining families to represent their own interest against both the German mine-owning class above them and an increasingly assimilationist state policy, pressing in on their own language and their own schools from every direction at once. Consider, too, the specific industrial firms that grew across these same decades, into Upper Silesia's own answer to Krupp and Thyssen, a small handful of aristocratic and increasingly industrial dynasties, the Donnersmarck and Hohenlohe families chief among them, converting hereditary landed estates rich in coal and iron ore into modern mining and smelting combines every bit as large in raw output as anything the Ruhr itself could claim, so that by the years just before the First World War, Upper Silesia was producing something in the range of a fifth of the entire empire's coal and a considerable share of its zinc, a contribution this evening would ask you to hold in mind precisely because the Ruhr's own more famous name has, in the century since, absorbed so much of the popular memory that by rights belongs to this considerably less celebrated eastern coalfield as well, a war paid for twice, once in blood and once, considerably more usefully, in cash. It is worth turning now to the single political event that did more than any other to convert this same accumulating industrial machinery into a genuinely unified national economy, because the German Empire proclaimed at Versailles in January of 1871, in the immediate aftermath of Prussia's own decisive victory over France, handed German industry three specific and enormously consequential gifts almost simultaneously: a single national currency replacing the tangle of separate state currencies the Zollverein had never fully eliminated, a single unified commercial and civil legal code gradually replacing the patchwork of separate state laws that had continued, even under the customs union, to complicate contracts and property rights across internal state borders, and, considerably more dramatically than either of those two quieter reforms, a flood of ready cash in the form of a war indemnity the defeated French government was obligated, under the peace settlement, to pay directly into German coffers. It is worth naming the actual scale of that same indemnity plainly, because it mattered enormously to everything that followed across the following 2 years. 5 billion French francs transferred to Germany across a payment schedule France, to the genuine surprise of German negotiators who had expected the payments to stretch out for the better part of a decade, actually managed to complete in barely 3 years, a sum that flowed directly into German government coffers and, from there, considerably more loosely and considerably more chaotically than any careful economic planner would have designed on purpose, out into a German banking and investment system suddenly awash in more available capital than it had ever handled at one time. Capital that German investors, banks, and newly formed joint stock companies poured with real and increasingly reckless enthusiasm into a boom of new industrial enterprises, new railway ventures, new banks, and new construction projects that contemporaries came to call the Gründerzeit, the Founders' Era, a period in which something in the range of nearly 1,000 new joint stock companies were formed in Germany within a span of only a few years, considerably more than the entire German economy had produced across the whole of the preceding 4 decades combined. Consider, too, exactly what this same sudden flood of capital and speculative enthusiasm actually built alongside the inevitable excess and the inevitable fraud that always seems to accompany a boom of this particular kind, because a genuinely significant proportion of German heavy industry's core physical infrastructure, additional blast furnaces, additional rolling mills, additional railway mileage, additional urban construction to house a rapidly growing industrial workforce, was laid down during precisely these same feverish years, so that even after the boom itself collapsed, which this evening's own next chapter is about to describe in some detail, a considerable share of the actual productive capacity built during the Gründerzeit's own most speculative excesses survived the collapse fully intact and went on, across the following 2 decades, to form a genuinely durable part of the industrial base the rest of this story depends on. It is hard not to notice honestly too, that a considerable share of the roughly 1,000 new joint stock companies this evening has already described being formed during these same feverish years turned out, once the boom itself finally broke, to have been built on foundations considerably less solid than their own glossy prospectuses had promised. A great many of them little more than paper enterprises assembled by promoters eager to sell shares to a public suddenly flush with indemnity money, and suddenly convinced that any company bearing the word railway or the word bank in its own name was practically guaranteed to double in value within the year. And it is worth naming too that a considerable number of ordinary German families, clerks, shopkeepers, and modest pensioners who had never before owned a single share of stock in their own lives sank real and often genuinely irreplaceable savings into exactly this kind of speculative paper across these same years, savings that vanished, in a great many documented cases, within days of the 1873 crash finally breaking, a private and largely uncounted second tier of loss sitting quietly beneath the more famous corporate collapses this evening as already described, and one that left a considerable number of German households considerably more cautious about speculative investment for a full generation afterward. It is worth remembering finally exactly how directly this same moment tied German military and German industrial fortune together in the plainest and least metaphorical sense available, a defeated France paying, in hard cash extracted through the exact same war that had just demonstrated the superiority of Krupp steel artillery, for a considerable share of the very industrial expansion that followed, a coincidence of timing several German nationalists of the period were entirely happy to celebrate as evidence of some deeper natural justice, and that this evening, more soberly, would simply ask you to notice as one more example of how thoroughly, from the very earliest years of this story, German industrial growth and German military and political power grew up as genuinely inseparable siblings, rather than as two stories that merely happened to share a birthday. The crash that sobered an entire boom, and the considerably steadier machine German industry built out of its own wreckage. It is worth naming plainly exactly how completely and exactly how suddenly that same feverish expansion actually collapsed, because the Gründerzeit boom did not simply slow down gradually the way an overheated economy sometimes cools, it broke, sharply and almost without warning, beginning with a stock market panic in Vienna in May of 1873 that spread within days to Berlin and within weeks across nearly the whole of the industrialized world, a crash historians now generally treat as the opening act of a broader and genuinely prolonged international economic downturn that would go on to be remembered for decades afterward simply as the Long Depression, and that hit German industry, still fresh off years of speculative overinvestment, with particular and genuinely lasting severity, wiping out a considerable proportion of the newly formed joint stock companies the boom had produced, driving unemployment sharply upward in the very same Ruhr towns that had only recently been growing at a genuinely astonishing pace, and leaving a whole generation of German investors and German bankers considerably warier, for years afterward, of the kind of unrestrained speculative enthusiasm that had characterized the boom's own opening years. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly what German industry actually did with the sobering lesson this same crash delivered, because rather than simply retreating into caution, a significant and genuinely influential portion of German heavy industry drew from the Gründerkrach, as this crash came to be known in German, a considerably more specific and considerably more consequential conclusion that unrestrained competition between too many small undercapitalized firms chasing the same limited market had been a genuine part of what made the preceding boom so fragile in the first place, and that some form of coordinated cooperation between rival firms, agreeing among themselves on prices, on output quotas, or on shared sales arrangements, offered a considerably more stable foundation for long-term industrial investment than the kind of pure, unregulated price competition British and American industrialists of the same period still generally regarded as the natural and correct order of things. Consider too the specific and genuinely durable civic infrastructure German business built for itself across these same decades to actually organise and coordinate its own considerable new weight, because a dense network of local chambers of commerce, the Industrie- und Handelskammern, spread across nearly every significant German industrial town, giving local manufacturers a formal and legally recognised body through which to lobby state and imperial authorities to standardise local business practice and to coordinate on exactly the kind of shared technical and commercial interest this evening has already described the broader engineering profession organising around, while the trade fair at Leipzig, a commercial tradition stretching back centuries before this whole story even begins, grew across these same decades into one of the largest and most important showcases anywhere in Europe for exactly the manufactured goods this evening has spent so long describing, buyers from across the whole of the continent and increasingly from well beyond it, travelling to Leipzig twice a year, specifically to see, first-hand and gathered together under one roof, precisely the kind of German industrial output that a British visitor, arriving with Leon Playfair's own old assumptions still intact, would, by the 1890s, have found genuinely difficult to recognise as belonging to the same nation he had once inspected so dismissively through a magnifying glass. It's worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely important legal decision that let this same instinct toward cooperation actually take permanent institutional root in Germany in a way it never quite managed to in Britain or in the United States. Because when a German court case reached the Reichsgericht, the empire's own highest court, in 1897, testing whether an agreement among a group of German wood pulp manufacturers to fix prices and divide up territory among themselves constituted an enforceable and legally protected contract or an illegal restraint of trade, the court ruled, decisively and with lasting consequence for everything, this evening still is left to tell you that such cartel agreements were indeed legally valid and enforceable, a ruling that stood in genuinely striking contrast to the direction the United States had taken only 7 years earlier with its own Sherman Antitrust Act, and that opened the door, across the following 2 decades, to a proliferation of formal German cartels in coal, in steel, in potash, in chemicals, and in a great many other sectors. Besides, agreements this evening's own later hours are going to return to directly, because they became, for better and for considerably more complicated worse, one of the single most distinctive institutional features of the entire German industrial system, cheap and thoroughly hated for it, until it was not. It is worth returning now to the specific stamp of origin. This evening's own opening scene has already shown you a British inspector sneering at in Philadelphia, because the resentment Lyon Playfair's report helped crystallise among British manufacturers did not simply fade with time. It hardened, across the following decade, into genuine and organised political pressure, as German-made goods, cheap, imitative, and by the general British estimation of the period considerably shoddier than the genuine domestic article, continued flooding into British markets in growing volume, undercutting established British manufacturers on price in exactly the categories hardware, toys, textiles, cutlery, where German firms had spent the previous 2 decades learning, through frank and largely unapologetic imitation of British and French designs, to manufacture at a fraction of the cost. It is worth remembering plainly the specific piece of British legislation this same pressure eventually produced, because the Merchandise Marks Act, passed by the British Parliament in 1887, required for the first time that foreign manufactured goods imported into Britain carry a clear and legible mark identifying their own country of origin, a law its own supporters justified publicly as a simple matter of honest consumer information, but that nearly everyone involved in drafting and championing it understood, privately and often quite openly, as a deliberate mechanism for letting British shoppers see, and presumably avoid, the specific German-made goods British manufacturers had spent a decade insisting were inferior, a law whose own practical effect was to stamp the words "made in Germany" onto an enormous and rapidly growing volume of exported German merchandise, intended from its very first drafting to function as a warning label, rather than any kind of endorsement. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly how completely that same intended warning failed to work the way its own authors had planned, because German manufacturers, rather than treating the newly mandatory stamp as a stigma to be quietly minimised, responded across the following 2 decades in precisely the way this evening's own remaining hours are going to spend a great deal of time actually documenting, by systematically improving the underlying quality, the underlying precision, and the underlying technical sophistication of the goods that same stamp actually described, investing in research laboratories, in trained engineers, and in rigorous manufacturing standards with a thoroughness that gradually, product category by product category, closed and then reversed the quality gap Lion Playfair had once inspected with such evident satisfaction, so that by the early years of the 20th century, a British consumer picking up a German-made optical instrument, a German-made chemical dye, or a German-made piece of electrical equipment stamped with the exact same words British lawmakers had once mandated as a warning was, in an increasing number of cases, holding a product genuinely and measurably superior to the domestic British alternative sitting on the shelf beside it, a reversal this evening's own final hours are going to return to and finish naming properly, because it is the single clearest piece of evidence available anywhere in this whole story for exactly how far German industry actually travelled between 1876 and the eve of the First World War, a nation that used to send its own sons and daughters west across an ocean, and increasingly needed them to simply stay home instead. It is worth pausing before this evening returns to steel and to chemistry on a considerably quieter statistic underlying everything else this whole night has already described, because the same decades that built the Ruhr and filled German harbours with new export cargo also reversed one of the single most consequential demographic patterns in the whole of German history. Across the middle decades of the 19th century, roughly 1 million German men, women and children had emigrated permanently to the United States in the 1850s alone, driven out by rural poverty, by inheritance laws that left younger sons with no viable farm of their own to work, and by the same agricultural stagnation that a great many of the reforms this evening has already described were specifically designed to eventually cure a flood of emigration that continued in only slightly reduced volume through the 1860s and 70s, carrying, in total, something in the range of 5 million Germans across the Atlantic across the whole of the 19th century, a number large enough that entire German villages in the poorer agricultural districts of the eastern provinces sometimes emptied out to the point of near abandonment within a single generation. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly how sharply that same outward tide actually turned once the industrial transformation this evening has spent so long describing had genuinely taken hold, because German emigration to the United States, which had still run to well over 100,000 people in most years of the 1880s, collapsed across the following 2 decades to a comparative trickle, falling to well under 30,000 people annually by the early 1900s, not because the ocean crossing had grown any more difficult, but because a German factory wage, a German mining wage, or a German position in one of the new chemical or electrical works this evening has already described had become, for the first time in living memory, a genuinely more attractive prospect than the uncertain promise of a farm on the American frontier. A reversal so complete that Germany, which had spent most of the 19th century as one of Europe's largest sources of emigrants, became, by the early 20th century, a net importer of labour in its own right, drawing in the very stream of Polish, Italian and Dutch migrant workers this evening, has already introduced you to inside the Ruhr's own mining towns. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely useful way this whole transformation can be measured across time, because Germany's own industrial exhibits at the great international world's fairs of this period offer a kind of staged, recurring snapshot of exactly how far the nation travelled between the humiliation this evening's own opening scene described in Philadelphia and the confidence it had earned by the century's own final years. At the Paris exhibition of 1889, held to mark the centenary of the French Revolution, and remembered today chiefly for the construction of a new iron tower designed by an engineer named Gustav Eiffel, German industrial exhibits still occupied a comparatively modest position, respected by specialists but rarely singled out by the general press for particular admiration, still trailing, in the popular imagination at least, behind the established prestige of British and French manufactured goods. By the Paris exhibition of 1900, held only 11 years later, the change had become impossible for even a casual visitor to miss. German pavilions showcasing electrical machinery, precision optical instruments, and synthetic chemical products that French and British commentators themselves now described, in terms that would have been unthinkable at the Philadelphia exhibition only 24 years earlier, as representing the genuine technical leadership of the entire exhibition. Several French industrial journals of the period publishing anxious editorials asking, in terms this evening's own listeners will recognise as an echo of the exact insecurity that had once produced Britain's own Merchandise Marks Act. What French industry actually intended to do about a German rival that had, within the space of a single working generation, gone from a cautionary tale about cheap imitation to the standard every other exhibitor in the hall now found itself being measured against. Consider, too, one single and genuinely concrete product category that traces this same reversal with unusual clarity, because the town of Solingen, sitting only a short distance from the same Wupper Valley textile district this evening as already introduced, had built its own reputation across centuries as a centre of cutlery and blade manufacturing, and had been, at the time of Lion Playfair's own inspection at Philadelphia, precisely the kind of workshop turning out the bending, poorly tempered pocket knives that had helped earn German goods their own original reputation for cheapness. Solingen manufacturers, across the following 3 decades, invested heavily in improved steel alloys, in more rigorous apprenticeship training for their own bladesmiths, and in the same kind of systematic quality control this evening, as already described, spreading across German heavy industry generally, so thoroughly that by the early 1900s a Solingen-made blade had become, among cutlers and among ordinary consumers alike, a byword for genuine quality fully on par with, and in a great many specific product categories now openly preferred over, the Sheffield steel that had once stood as the unquestioned global standard, a single small town's own quiet transformation standing in, this evening would suggest for the whole of the astonishing reversal this entire night has been trying to describe, a steel industry that finally learned how to eat the one or everyone else had thrown away. It is worth turning now to the single specific technical breakthrough that did more than perhaps any other to hand German heavy industry its own decisive advantage over its British rival, because the story of German steel in these same decades runs directly through a problem of pure metallurgical chemistry that had, for years, made an enormous share of continental European iron ore functionally useless for modern steelmaking. The dominant steelmaking process of the mid-19th century, the Bessemer converter, developed in Britain in the 1850s, worked brilliantly on iron ore low in phosphorus, the kind of ore Britain's own domestic mines happened to supply in relative abundance, but produced dangerously brittle, unusable steel when fed the phosphorus-rich ore that made up the overwhelming majority of the deposits found across large stretches of continental Europe, including, critically for this evening's own purposes, the enormous iron ore basin lying beneath the province of Lorraine, a territory Germany had annexed, along with Alsace, in the very same peace settlement of 1871 that this evening has already described, handing German industry its own flood of French indemnity cash. It is worth naming plainly the two considerably less famous men whose own patient chemical tinkering actually solved this same problem, because Sidney Gilchrist Thomas, a young and largely self-taught British metallurgist working alongside his own cousin, a chemist named Percy Gilchrist, spent years of unpaid evening experimentation developing a modification to the existing Bessemer and open hearth steel making processes, lining the furnace with a chemically basic material, dolomite, that reacted with and removed the very phosphorus that had previously ruined any batch of steel made from phosphoric ore, a solution the two men patented and successfully demonstrated in 1878. And it is hard not to notice the genuine irony sitting at the centre of what happened next. Because although the Thomas process, as it came to be known, was a British invention developed by British inventors, it was German industry, sitting directly atop the newly annexed and now, suddenly enormously valuable phosphoric ore fields of Lorraine, that stood to benefit from it considerably more than Britain's own steelmakers, whose domestic ore had never needed the fix in the first place, ever actually did. Consider too exactly how quickly and exactly how completely German steelmakers actually seized on this same opportunity once it became available, because German iron and steel firms adopted the Thomas process with a speed and a thoroughness that transformed the industry within barely a decade. German pig iron production climbing from something in the range of 2 million tonnes in 1871 to more than 14 million tonnes by 1900, and German crude steel output, which had trailed British output by a considerable margin at the time of unification, overtaking Britain's own steel production entirely by roughly 1903, a crossover several economic historians have since identified as the single clearest quantitative marker of exactly when German heavy industry actually surpassed the nation that had, only a single working generation earlier, treated it as a source of cheap imitation goods worth mocking through a magnifying glass in a Philadelphia exhibition hall. It is worth remembering too the specific shape this same steel boom took once it reached the water, because the enormous volume of German steel plate flowing out of the Ruhr fed directly into a shipbuilding industry that grew across these same decades from a genuinely minor regional trade into one of the largest and most technically sophisticated on the entire European continent. Yards like the Vulcan works at Stettin and the Blohm and Voss yards at Hamburg, expanding year over year to build both the fast, luxurious ocean liners this evening's own later hours are going to describe racing for the Blue Riband, and considerably more consequentially for the story, a companion evening in this same room has already walked through. The ever-thickening steel armour plate a rapidly expanding German battle fleet required in volumes. German steelmakers alone, among all the continental European powers, could actually supply on the scale and to the tolerances naval construction demanded, a demand that ran by the years immediately before the First World War to hundreds of thousands of tons of specialised armour and gun-forging steel annually, nearly all of it, once again, flowing through the very same Krupp works this evening has already introduced you to at Essen. It is hard not to notice too the actual scale of this same output growth expressed simply and in sequence, because German crude steel production ran to something in the range of 170,000 tons in the year of unification, 1871, and had grown by 1900 to something in the range of 6.5 million tons, and by 1913 to something in the range of 17.5 million tons, a roughly 100-fold increase across a single working lifetime, set against a British steel industry that grew across these same decades as well, but at nothing remotely approaching this same compounding pace. A single sequence of numbers this evening would ask you to let stand largely on its own, because no single anecdote this whole story has offered tonight makes the underlying scale of the transformation quite as plain as watching one nation's own steel output simply multiply itself, decade after decade, roughly tenfold. It is worth remembering, finally, exactly how directly this same steel boom fed back into nearly every other sector this evening has already described, because the enormous and rapidly growing volume of German steel did not simply sit in warehouses waiting for a buyer. It flowed directly into an equally rapidly expanding German shipbuilding industry, into an ever denser German railway network still under active expansion, into the girders and structural frameworks of a wave of new factory construction across the Ruhr and beyond, and this evening's own later hours are going to remind you plainly, into an accelerating German naval construction program that a story told on another night in this same room has already walked you through in considerably more political and diplomatic detail than tonight has any need to repeat. Consider, too, the final and genuinely deliberate piece of institutional architecture the Empire built to keep this same scientific momentum going even further. Because the Kaiser Wilhelm Society, founded in 1911 with the Emperor's own personal patronage and funded through a genuinely novel partnership between the state, private industrial donors and the universities themselves, established a growing network of dedicated basic research institutes, deliberately separated from the ordinary teaching duties a university professor still carried, and staffed with researchers whose entire job was simply to pursue original scientific research full-time, an institutional model that would go on, renamed after the Second World War in honour of one of its own most famous early scientists, to survive as the Max Planck Society, still today one of the most respected basic research organisations anywhere on the planet. One further thread in this whole evening's own present-day bridge tying the systematic scientific culture this story has spent so long describing directly to laboratories still doing genuinely important work well over a century later. A lecture hall in a small German university town, increasingly full of foreign students who had crossed an ocean specifically to sit in it. It is worth naming briefly one further and genuinely striking sign of exactly how far German scientific prestige had travelled by the final decades of this evening's own story, because the same laboratory-centred chemistry this evening has already described Liebig pioneering at Gießen-Drew across the 1870s, 80s and 90s, a genuinely large and genuinely telling flow of foreign students to German universities specifically to study alongside them. Young American chemists and young British chemists, in particular, crossing an entire ocean, and, in the British case, a considerably shorter but no less symbolically loaded stretch of the North Sea. Because their own home universities, still generally organised around the older lecture and demonstration model this evening, has already described German universities abandoning decades earlier, simply could not offer the same hands-on laboratory training a German doctoral programme now routinely provided. It is worth naming, too, exactly what these same returning students actually did once their own German training was complete, because a considerable number of the chemists who went on to found or to staff America's own emerging industrial research laboratories in the final years of the 19th century and the opening years of the 20th had studied, at some point in their own training, under a German professor, carrying back with them not merely a doctoral degree but the entire underlying philosophy of systematic laboratory-based industrial research this evening, has spent so long describing, a quiet and genuinely underappreciated form of German export considerably harder to tally in any tonnage figure or trade statistic than steel or synthetic dye, but one that several historians of science have argued shaped the future direction of American industrial chemistry every bit as measurably as any single patent or any single factory this evening has already named tonight. A single law passed in 1877 that finally made it worth a firm's own while to actually spend money finding something new. It is worth naming, briefly, one further and genuinely important piece of institutional groundwork this evening is not yet described, because none of the systematic industrial research this evening is about to walk you through would have made much commercial sense at all without a reliable legal guarantee that a firm which spent years and a great deal of money discovering something new would actually be permitted to profit from that discovery before every rival in the country simply copied it for free. Before German unification, patent protection across the various German states had remained exactly as fragmented as everything else this evening is described. A discovery patented in Prussia carrying no legal force whatsoever in Bavaria or Saxony, a gap that left inventors and firms alike with genuinely limited incentive to invest heavily in research whose own commercial benefit could be freely copied the moment it crossed a state border. The Reich Patent Law of 1877 finally established a single, unified patent system covering the whole of the newly formed empire, administered through a new Imperial Patent Office in Berlin, and it is worth naming too the specific and rather telling condition German patent law attached to this same protection, favouring, unlike the American and British systems built around the specific inventor, the first party to actually file an application rather than the first party to have genuinely conceived an idea, a rule that rewarded exactly the kind of large, well-organised corporate research department this evening has already described Bayer and its own rivals building, staffed with dedicated patent lawyers whose entire job consisted of filing new applications the instant a laboratory bench produced anything remotely patentable, one further quiet institutional advantage tilting the whole system toward precisely the kind of systematic, well-funded industrial research this evening has spent so many hours describing rather than toward the isolated individual inventor working alone in a garden shed. A single number that tells you more plainly than almost any other statistic this evening has quoted tonight exactly how much of this whole transformation actually happened inside a patent examiner's own filing cabinet. It is worth naming, briefly, exactly how the volume of German patent applications this evening has already described the Imperial Patent Office processing actually compared to its own rivals, because the German Patent Office was receiving, by the years just before the First World War, something in the range of 40,000 new applications annually, a volume considerably larger relative to the size of each nation's own economy than either the British or the French patent offices were handling across these same years, a gap that reflects, in the driest and most bureaucratic form imaginable, exactly the same underlying culture of systematic, well-funded industrial research. This whole evening has spent so many hours describing in steel, in chemistry, and in electrical engineering alike, a nation that had, within a single working lifetime, gone from a fractured patchwork with no shared patent law whatsoever to the single most prolific inventor of new, formally protected industrial ideas anywhere on the entire European continent. Chemistry taught the way an army trains its own officers, one methodical rank at a time. It is worth turning now to the sector of German industry that came, by the early years of the 20th century, to represent perhaps the single most complete and single most world historically consequential expression of everything this evening has already described about the German approach to industrial competition, because nowhere did German firms build a more decisive and more genuinely durable advantage over every one of their international rivals than in industrial chemistry, an advantage that began decades before a single German chemical factory turned a meaningful profit, inside German university lecture halls and German university laboratories, rather than on any factory floor at all. It is worth remembering, too, the specific and genuinely important structural reason German universities could actually afford to build the kind of expensive, laboratory-intensive teaching this evening is about to describe at the scale they eventually did, because German universities operated across nearly the whole of this period as state institutions funded directly out of each individual kingdom's own public treasury, rather than as the privately endowed foundation still dominant in England, where Oxford and Cambridge continued relying substantially on centuries-old college endowments, and where the laboratory sciences, considered by a good many of the older college fellows to sit somewhat beneath the properly classical curriculum a gentleman was still expected to pursue, struggled for decades to attract anything like the same level of sustained institutional investment, a structural difference that let a German state government, whenever it judged a new laboratory or a new professorship in industrial chemistry worth funding, simply allocate the money directly, without first needing to persuade a private endowment's own trustees that grinding lenses or synthesizing dye compounds was a worthy use of funds originally donated for entirely different purposes centuries earlier. It is hard not to notice specifically the man whose own teaching methods laid the groundwork for nearly everything that followed, a chemist named Justus von Liebig, who had established, at the small university town of Gießen in the 1820s and 30s, a teaching laboratory that broke decisively with the older European tradition of chemistry as a subject learned primarily through lecture and demonstration, insisting instead that his own students spend the great majority of their own training time actually working at a laboratory bench, running their own experiments, and developing through direct and repeated hands-on practice the specific technical fluency a working chemist would actually need, a model that spread, across the following decades, to university after university across the German lands, and that produced by the 1860s and 70s a genuinely enormous pool of rigorously trained chemists, considerably larger and considerably more systematically educated than anything Britain or France, whose own universities had been slower to adopt the laboratory-centred model, could yet claim to produce. Consider, first, the specific and genuinely unglamorous physical link connecting this entire chemical story directly back to the coal. This evening has already spent so many hours describing pouring out of the Ruhr, because the whole of the synthetic dye industry this evening is about to walk you through existed only because German gasworks and German coking plants, in the ordinary business of converting raw coal into the coke Krupp's furnaces needed, and the gas that lit German city streets, produced, as an unavoidable byproduct of that same conversion, a thick, foul-smelling black liquid called coal tar, a substance nearly every gasworks across Europe had, for decades, simply treated as waste to be disposed of as cheaply as possible. And it was the specific and genuinely remarkable discovery, made independently by chemists in several countries across the 1850s and 60s, that this same discarded byproduct contained a rich and genuinely valuable chemical feedstock, benzene, aniline, and a whole family of related compounds capable, once properly synthesized, of producing brilliant and permanent artificial colours. No natural plant or animal dye could ever quite match. That turned an industrial waste product into the literal raw material underpinning the entire chemical empire. This evening has already described BASF, Bayer, and Hoechst building. It is worth remembering, too, the specific and genuinely striking historical irony sitting at the very centre of the industry this same trained workforce went on to build, because the first synthetic aniline dye, a brilliant purple-colour chemists came to call Movine, was actually discovered in England in 1856 by an 18-year-old chemistry student named William Perkin, who'd stumbled onto it while attempting, and failing, to synthesise an entirely different compound. And Perkin, to his own considerable credit, moved quickly and successfully to commercialise his own accidental discovery, building a genuinely profitable British dye works around it within a matter of years. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly what happened to that same British head start over the following 2 decades. Because German chemical firms, drawing directly on the considerably deeper and considerably more systematic pool of laboratory-trained chemists this evening, has already described German universities producing, moved into synthetic dye manufacturing with a research-intensity British firms, still largely reliant on individual inventor entrepreneurs working more or less alone, simply could not match. Companies like the Badische Anilin und Soda Fabrik, founded at Ludwigshafen in 1865 and known to the world ever since by its own abbreviation, and Bayer, founded at Barmen in 1863, and the Farbwerke Höchst, founded that same year near Frankfurt, each building, within a remarkably short span of years, dedicated in-house research laboratories staffed with dozens and eventually hundreds of trained chemists working systematically through the underlying chemistry of coal tar derivatives in a manner no single inventor working alone, however brilliant, could ever hope to replicate. It is worth naming plainly exactly how completely this systematic approach ended up dominating the entire global market for synthetic dyes within a single working generation. Because by the years immediately preceding the First World War, German chemical firms controlled something in the range of 80 to 90% of the entire world's production of synthetic dyestuffs, a market share so overwhelming that British and French textile manufacturers, the very industries whose own earlier dominance had once made cheap, imitative German goods worth mocking, found themselves almost entirely dependent on German chemical suppliers for the coloured dyes. Their own mills needed to finish a single bolt of cloth, a dependency that would become, this evening's own final hours will note only briefly, a genuinely serious strategic vulnerability for Britain and France the moment war actually cut off that same supply in 1914. It is worth remembering too one further and genuinely important institutional innovation German chemical firms pioneered during these same years, because Bayer in particular developed, under the direction of a chemist, an eventual company director named Karl Duisberg, a model of organised industrial-scale research that went considerably beyond simply hiring a large number of trained chemists, establishing dedicated patent departments to systematically protect every new discovery, dedicated pharmacological testing programs to evaluate promising compounds for medical use rather than dye use alone, and a deliberate corporate strategy of continuous incremental research investment rather than reliance on any single breakthrough discovery, a model that produced, among a great many other commercially successful compounds, a synthesized and stabilized form of acetyl salicylic acid that Bayer's own chemists, working under exactly this kind of systematic research program, patented and brought to market in 1899 under a brand name the whole world still recognizes today, aspirin, a single small tablet that stands, even now, as one of the more genuinely durable everyday monuments to this entire chapter of German industrial history. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly what an ordinary German shopper's own week actually looked like once this whole industrial machine had finally matured enough to reach all the way down to a single household's own grocery basket. Because the same rail network, the same electrified urban tram lines, and the same rapidly growing retail infrastructure this evening has already described, let a Berlin or a Hamburg household of even fairly modest means buy fresh produce shipped in from considerably further afield than would have been remotely practical only a single generation earlier. Dress its own children in factory-woven cloth dyed with the same synthetic colours this evening has already described Bayer and BASF perfecting, and light its own evening kitchen with the same electric bulb this evening has already described replacing gaslight across German cities, a household revolution considerably quieter and considerably less discussed in the history books than any single battleship or any single cartel agreement, but one that touched in the end considerably more ordinary lives on a considerably more daily basis than either one ever did. Consider too a considerably lighter and considerably more consumer-facing side of this same industrial wealth this evening has not yet described, because the enormous new manufactured output this whole night has spent so long detailing needed, somewhere at the very end of its own supply chain, an ordinary German household actually willing and able to buy it, and German cities built across these same decades an entirely new kind of retail institution to sell it to them, the department store, grand multi-floor emporiums like Wertheim's own flagship store on Berlin's Leipziger Platz, opened in the 1890s and expanded across the following years into one of the largest retail buildings anywhere in Europe. A genuinely new way of shopping the German economist and sociologist Werner Sombart studied closely in his own contemporary writing on what he called the rise of a specifically modern urban consumer culture, a phenomenon this evening would ask you to recognise as the quiet, everyday consumer-facing mirror of everything this whole night has already described happening inside the furnaces and the laboratories, a nation's own newly industrial wealth finally circling back around to fill the department store windows of its own newly industrial cities. It is worth naming, too, that this same systematic research culture reached well beyond dyes and pharmaceuticals of the ordinary commercial kind, because a physiologist named Emil von Behring, working at a research institute closely linked to the Höchst chemical works this evening, has already introduced, developed, across the 1890s, an antitoxin treatment for diphtheria, a disease that had, until that point, killed a devastating proportion of the young children who contracted it, Höchst itself taking on the industrial-scale production of Behring's own antitoxin serum and distributing it widely enough to measurably reduce childhood diphtheria mortality across Germany, and, before long, across a considerable portion of the wider industrialized world, an achievement recognised in 1901, with the very first Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine ever awarded, a single early trophy that set the tone for a pattern that would hold, with real consistency, across the following decade and a half, German or German-trained scientists winning the outright majority of the Nobel Prizes awarded in chemistry and in physics alike. Between 1901 and the outbreak of the First World War, a run of scientific dominance this evening would ask you to recognise as the direct and measurable payoff of exactly the laboratory-centred educational system this whole chapter has spent so long describing being built, one deliberate decision at a time, out of Justus von Liebig's own teaching bench at Gießen. And it is worth naming finally the specific and genuinely underappreciated legal reform that let this same research culture keep expanding at the exact moment it needed to most, because the German technical universities, the Technische Hochschulen, institutions originally established to train practical engineers rather than academic researchers, and long regarded by the more traditional and more prestigious classical German universities as a kind of second-tier vocational school unworthy of granting a genuine doctoral degree, finally won, in 1899, formal recognition from the Emperor himself, allowing them to award doctorates in engineering on equal legal footing with any traditional university degree, a reform that removed the last significant institutional barrier discouraging Germany's most talented young engineers and applied chemists from pursuing the highest level of formal research training available anywhere in the German academic system, and that fed, across the following 15 years, directly and measurably into the very research laboratories this evening has just spent so long describing. It is worth remembering, too, exactly how sharply German university enrollment itself grew across these same decades, because the number of students matriculating at German universities climbed from something in the range of 20,000 at the time of unification to well over 60,000 by the years just before the First World War, a growth that outpaced the underlying growth of the German population itself, meaning that a steadily rising share of each new German generation was passing through exactly the kind of laboratory-centred, state-funded higher education this evening has spent so long describing. A widening pipeline that fed, year after year, directly into the research departments of Bayer, of Siemens, and of every other firm this whole story has already named tonight. It is hard not to notice, too, one further discovery this same chemical research culture produced, arriving right at the very edge of the period this evening has spent so long describing, because it stands, more clearly than perhaps any other single invention in this whole story, as proof of exactly what a laboratory built along these lines was actually capable of when it turned its own attention toward a problem urgent enough to matter to the whole of human civilization, rather than merely to a single dye market. A chemist named Fritz Haber, working at the Technical University in Karlsruhe, spent years of painstaking laboratory experimentation attempting to solve a problem that had troubled agricultural scientists for decades: how to take nitrogen, an element making up the overwhelming majority of the Earth's own atmosphere, and yet chemically useless to a growing crop in that same airborne form, and bind it artificially into a compound a farmer's field could actually absorb, a synthetic substitute for the natural nitrogen fertilizers, guano and mined nitrate chief among them, that the whole of the world's expanding population had, by the early 1900s, come dangerously close to exhausting. Haber succeeded in 1909 in demonstrating a small laboratory-scale process for combining nitrogen and hydrogen gas under extremely high pressure and temperature to produce ammonia, and it was a chemist and engineer named Carl Bosch, working at BASF in exactly the kind of large, well-funded industrial research department this evening, has already described the German dye industry pioneering, who spent the following 5 years solving the genuinely enormous engineering problem of scaling Haber's own delicate laboratory reaction up into a process capable of running continuously inside an actual factory, developing new high-pressure steel vessels and new industrial catalysts along the way, until BASF opened in 1913 the world's first full-scale ammonia synthesis plant at Oppau, a single facility that would go on, across the following century, to make possible the synthetic fertilizer that several careful modern estimates now credit with sustaining, at any given moment, something in the range of half of the entire world's population. A discovery this evening would ask you to hold in mind not merely as one more triumphant German patent, but as the clearest possible demonstration of exactly how far the systematic, laboratory-driven research culture this whole story has spent so long describing had actually travelled by the eve of the war that was, within barely a single year, about to put that same nitrogen-fixing process to a considerably darker use, manufacturing the explosives a blockaded Germany could no longer import from anywhere else. Consider first the considerably older foundation this whole apprenticeship and laboratory system was actually quietly built on top of, because Prussia had maintained, since long before the story this evening is telling tonight even begins, a tradition of compulsory elementary schooling stretching back to the reign of Frederick the Great in the 18th century, a tradition that had, by the time of German unification in 1871, produced a German-speaking population with literacy rates considerably higher than a great many of its own European neighbours, Britain included, a foundation of near-universal basic reading, writing and arithmetic that made every single other institution this evening has spent so long describing. The Fortbildungsschulen, the laboratory-trained chemists, the factory inspectors filing their own detailed written reports, considerably more achievable than they would have been layered on top of the kind of widespread adult illiteracy still common across large stretches of rural Europe during these same decades. A quiet and genuinely foundational advantage this evening would ask you to hold in mind underneath every other specific institution this whole night has already named. A system built to train the men standing at the machine, not merely the men who designed it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on a considerably less celebrated layer of German technical education this evening as not yet described, because the laboratory-trained chemists and the university-educated engineers this evening are spent so long admiring would have had precious little to actually work with had Germany not also built, across these same decades, an unusually thorough system for training the ordinary skilled tradesmen, the machinists, the toolmakers, the electricians, actually standing at the lathe and the workbench every single day. German craft guilds, organised into regional chambers of skilled trades called Handwerkskammern, maintained, across the whole of this period, a formal apprenticeship system considerably more standardised and considerably more rigorously examined than the looser, more informal apprenticeship traditions still common in Britain, requiring a young apprentice to complete a fixed multi-year term under a certified master craftsman, to attend compulsory part-time continuation schools, the Fortbildungsschulen, covering technical drawing, basic mathematics, and the specific theoretical knowledge his own trade actually required, and to pass a formal examination before earning the journeyman's certificate that qualified him to actually work unsupervised. It is worth naming honestly exactly why this same unglamorous system mattered so enormously to everything else, this evening as already described, because a Siemens dynamo or a Krupp steel mill or a BASF chemical reactor, however brilliantly designed on paper, was worth nothing at all without a workforce of ordinary skilled hands capable of actually building, operating and repairing it, to the tolerances German engineering had come to demand. And it was precisely this dense, systematic apprenticeship infrastructure, considerably more than any single university laboratory, that supplied the tens of thousands of competent machinists and toolmakers German heavy industry needed every single year simply to keep expanding at the pace this evening has spent so many hours describing. A foundation several economic historians have since argued mattered every bit as much to Germany's eventual industrial dominance as the more celebrated triumphs of Liebig's laboratory, or Tirpitz's shipyards, precisely because it never produced a single dramatic headline worth reporting on in its own right. The Sparker telegraph engineer turned into an entire industry, and the industry that engineers rival turned into a household. It is worth turning now to the second great technical revolution German industry built for itself during these same decades, because the story of German electrical engineering runs through two specific men whose own rivalry and whose own genuinely complementary strengths did for electricity roughly what the chemical industry's own systematic laboratories had done for dye. Werner von Siemens, born into a large and comparatively modest Prussian farming family in 1816, trained originally as a Prussian artillery officer before turning his own considerable technical talent toward telegraph engineering, founding, together with a skilled mechanic named Johann Georg Halske, a small telegraph construction firm in Berlin in 1847 that grew, across the following decades, into one of the largest and most technically sophisticated electrical engineering enterprises anywhere in the world, a growth built on a genuinely important scientific discovery Siemens himself made in 1866, identifying and formally describing the dynamo electric principle, the specific physical mechanism by which a self-exciting generator could produce electrical current without relying on the comparatively weak and comparatively expensive permanent magnets every earlier generator design had depended on, a discovery that made large-scale, industrially practical electrical power generation genuinely feasible for the very first time. It is worth remembering too the second and considerably younger figure whose own firm eventually grew to rival Siemens directly, because Emil Rathenau, a German engineer and businessman who had travelled to the United States in 1881 specifically to study the electrical lighting demonstrations Thomas Edison was then conducting, returned to Germany convinced that electrical power represented a genuinely transformative commercial opportunity, secured the German patent rights to Edison's own core lighting and generating technology, and founded in 1883 a company that would become, under its own German initials, the Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, universally known simply as AEG, a firm that grew, across the following 2 decades, into Siemens's own single most significant domestic rival. The two companies together driving a pace of electrical innovation and electrical infrastructure construction that placed German cities by the 1890s among the most thoroughly electrified urban environments anywhere on Earth. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely spectacular public demonstration through which German electrical engineering announced its own arrival on the world stage, because at the International Electrotechnical Exhibition held in Frankfurt in 1891, German and Russian engineers working together, chief among them an AEG engineer named Mikhail Dolivo-Dobrowolski, successfully transmitted electrical power generated by 3-phase alternating current across a distance of roughly 175 kilometers from a hydroelectric generating station at Laufen on the River Neckar all the way to the exhibition grounds in Frankfurt, a demonstration that proved for the first time anywhere in the world that alternating current could be transmitted efficiently across genuinely long distances, settling in a single dramatic public exhibition witnessed by engineers and industrialists from every major industrial nation on Earth, a technical argument the wider electrical industry had been fiercely divided over for years, and establishing 3-phase alternating current, the very system that would go on to become the standard method of electrical power transmission across nearly the entire industrialized world for the following century, as a specifically German technical achievement. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely striking architectural monument AEG itself built to house part of this same expanding industry, because the company commissioned in 1909 an architect named Peter Behrens to design a new turbine assembly hall for its own Berlin works, a building whose own severe steel-framed, deliberately unornamented design broke decisively with the heavy, classical facades most industrial buildings of the period still favoured, and that architectural historians have since credited as one of the founding monuments of an entirely new modern industrial architecture. A single factory hall built, quite deliberately, to look like exactly what it actually was, a machine for making other machines, rather than dressing itself up in a borrowed classical costume the way an earlier generation of industrial builders had generally still preferred. One further small but genuinely telling sign of a nation increasingly confident enough in its own industrial identity to stop pretending it needed to look like anything other than what it had actually become. Consider, too, exactly what this same electrification actually replaced in the ordinary experience of an evening walk through a German city, because the gaslight that had illuminated German streets since the early decades of the 19th century, itself a genuine improvement over the oil lamps and open torches that preceded it, cast a dim, yellowish, flickering light that left entire stretches of a city street in genuine shadow between one lamppost and the next, and the electric arc lamps and, before long, the considerably steadier incandescent bulbs that Siemens and AEG began installing across major German boulevards through the 1880s and 90s cast a light contemporaries described, again and again in their own newspaper accounts, as almost startlingly bright and almost startlingly white by comparison. transforming the after-dark experience of a German city so completely within a single generation that visitors returning to Berlin or to Frankfurt after even a few years away frequently remarked, in their own travel writing, that the city itself seemed to have somehow grown a second, artificial daytime it had never previously possessed. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how quickly this same electrical expertise translated into concrete industrial and urban transformation across the whole of the German Empire, because German cities electrified their own street lighting, their own tram networks, and increasingly their own factories at a pace that outstripped nearly every rival nation across these same decades, Siemens and AEG together supplying not merely the generating equipment, but the actual engineering expertise to plan and build entire municipal power systems from scratch. A business that both companies increasingly extended into export markets across Europe, Latin America and Asia, so that by the years just before the First World War, German electrical firms had become, alongside German chemical firms, one of the two industries most responsible for the specific reputation German manufactured goods had, by then, come to carry across the entire world: precision, reliability, and a genuinely formidable depth of underlying scientific and engineering research standing directly behind every single product that left a German factory floor. It is worth naming, too, exactly how far this same electrical trade eventually reached beyond German borders, because both Siemens and AEG built, across the 1890s and the years just after, an increasingly global export business, wiring tramways in cities across South America, supplying generating equipment to municipal governments across Russia and the Ottoman Empire, and in a joint venture the two rival firms formed in 1906 specifically to pool their own separate light bulb manufacturing operations, rather than continue competing wastefully against one another, launching a shared brand of incandescent lamp called Osram, a name that would go on across the following century to become one of the most recognizable lighting brands anywhere in the world. One more small but genuinely telling example of exactly the kind of cartel-style cooperation this evening has already described German industry embracing even in a sector, consumer lighting, considerably more visible to an ordinary household than steel rails or dye vats ever were. A workshop in a small university town that taught an entire industry how to grind glass by actual mathematics instead of by a craftsman's own private feel for it. It is worth turning, briefly, to a considerably smaller but genuinely revealing corner of this same industrial transformation, because the story of precision optics in the small Thuringian university town of Jena offers, in miniature, nearly everything this evening has already told you about German science, German patient capital, and German willingness to organize an entire industry around principles a rival nation was still leaving to individual craftsmen's own private intuition. Carl Zeiss, a skilled instrument maker, had opened a small workshop producing microscopes at Jena in 1846, building, across the following decades, a genuinely respected local business built, as nearly every optical workshop across Europe still was at the time, on a master craftsman's own accumulated personal skill at grinding and polishing a lens by hand and by eye, a method that worked well enough, but that left quality genuinely inconsistent from one instrument to the next, and left any single workshop's own methods essentially impossible to teach or to scale. It is worth naming the specific physicist whose own arrival at Zeiss's workshop changed all of that, because Ernst Abbe, a young university lecturer in mathematics and physics at Jena, joined the firm in 1866 and spent the following years developing an entirely new theoretical framework for lens design, a set of mathematical formulas that let an optical engineer calculate, in advance and on paper, exactly what curvature and exactly what glass composition a lens would need to achieve a specific and predictable level of magnification and clarity, replacing, for the first time anywhere in the world, a craftsman's trial and error intuition with something considerably closer to genuine applied physics. A breakthrough that let the Zeiss workshop begin manufacturing microscopes and eventually camera lenses, surveying instruments, and military rangefinders of a precision and a consistency no rival workshop anywhere in Europe could reliably match. Consider too the specific chemist whose own parallel contribution completed this same transformation. Because Abe's own mathematical formulas were only as useful as the actual glass available to manufacture a lens to his own exact specifications, and it was a young glass chemist named Otto Schott who joined Abe at Jena in 1882 and spent the following years systematically testing dozens of different mineral combinations, developing entirely new formulations of optical glass with precisely calibrated refractive properties. No glassmaker anywhere in the world had previously been able to produce on demand, founding, alongside Abe and Zeiss, a dedicated glassworks specifically to manufacture these same new formulations at industrial scale, a partnership of mathematical theory, industrial chemistry, and precision manufacturing that turned a single small-town workshop into the unrivaled world leader in optical instruments for the whole of the following century, supplying lenses to astronomers, to surgeons, and eventually to nearly every camera and every pair of eyeglasses manufactured anywhere in the industrialized world. It is worth remembering too exactly how directly this same precision optics found its own way into an entirely new form of ordinary consumer technology, because the amateur photography industry that grew explosively across the final years of the 19th century and the opening years of the 20th depended, at every single stage, on exactly the kind of mathematically calculated, consistently manufactured camera lens Zeiss had spent 3 decades learning to build, and the same optical precision that let a Zeiss lens correctly focus a family portrait also let German-made surveying instruments and rangefinders serve the very railway builders and military planners this evening, as already described, operating on nearly every populated continent. A single small workshop's own mathematics, in other words, quietly touching everything from a family's own holiday snapshot to the artillery. This evening's own earlier hours have already described Krupp manufacturing. It is hard not to notice, finally, the genuinely unusual way Abe himself chose to organise the ownership of the firm his own mathematics had made so valuable. Because rather than simply enriching himself and his own heirs, the way nearly every other successful German industrialist this evening has described tended to do, Abe transferred in 1889, controlling ownership of the entire enterprise into a charitable foundation, the Carl Zeiss Foundation, whose own founding statutes mandated profit sharing with ordinary workers, an 8-hour working day decades before German law required one anywhere else, and guaranteed sick pay and pension benefits considerably more generous than the state insurance system. This evening has already described Bismarck building, a genuinely singular experiment in industrial ownership this evening would ask you to remember precisely because it was so rare. A reminder that the harsher, more paternalistic model Alfred Krupp built at Essen was never the only version of German industrial welfare actually available, merely the one the great majority of German industrialists actually chose. A canal cut straight through the base of a peninsula specifically so a German ship would never again have to sail all the way around it. It is worth naming briefly one further piece of maritime infrastructure this evening has not yet described, because the same engineering ambition this whole night has spent so long documenting in steel and in chemistry found one further genuinely spectacular outlet in a canal project connecting the North Sea directly to the Baltic across the base of the Jutland Peninsula, sparing German shipping, and especially the German battle fleet, a companion evening in this same room has already described being built, the long and strategically exposed voyage around Denmark's own northern coast entirely. The Kaiser Wilhelm Canal, begun in 1887, and opened, after 8 years of continuous construction, employing tens of thousands of labourers, in 1895 ran some 60 miles from the mouth of the River Elbe to the Baltic port of Kiel, and stands, even today, as one of the busiest artificial waterways anywhere on the planet. A single engineering project that let German commercial and military shipping alike move between two seas without ever again needing to trust its own passage to a stretch of water a rival power's own navy could, in principle, have chosen to contest. Harbours built to move an entire nation's exports, and a shipping line that gambled its own fortune on beating the fastest crossing anyone in Britain had ever managed. It is worth turning to the specific maritime dimension of this same transformation, because an industrial economy producing the volume of steel, chemicals and manufactured goods this evening has spent so long describing needed, alongside its own railways, a merchant fleet genuinely capable of carrying all of it to the rest of the world, and the German port cities of Hamburg and Bremen, both of them technically independent city-states rather than ordinary Prussian territory, built, across these same decades, a shipping industry that grew, by the years just before the First World War, into the second largest merchant marine on the entire planet, trailing only Britain's own considerably older and considerably larger fleet. Consider, specifically, the man whose own career embodied this same transformation most completely, because Albert Ballin, born into a modest Hamburg shipping family in 1857, rose, across barely 2 decades, to become the Director General of the Hamburg America Line, known by its own German initials as Hapag, building it, through a combination of genuinely shrewd business strategy and a personal talent for organisation. Several contemporaries compared directly to the industrial organising genius this evening has already described in steel and in chemistry alike, into the largest shipping company in the entire world, a fleet Berlin built not merely around the wealthy first-class passengers every transatlantic line competed for, but considerably more lucratively, around the millions of poorer emigrants, a great many of them fleeing poverty and persecution in the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires further east, whom Ballin's own company carried across the Atlantic in purpose-built steerage accommodations considerably more humane and considerably more profitable at real scale than rival lines had previously bothered to provide. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely public contest German shipping lines mounted directly against British maritime prestige during these same years, because both Hapag and its own Bremen-based rival, the North German Lloyd, invested heavily in a series of fast, luxurious ocean liners built specifically to compete for what the shipping trade called the Blue Riband, the informal but fiercely contested honour belonging to whichever passenger liner could cross the North Atlantic in the fastest recorded time, an honour British lines had held for the better part of a century, until a North German Lloyd vessel named the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse seized it outright in 1897, the first non-British ship to do so in living memory, a single sporting achievement German newspapers celebrated with a pride considerably out of proportion to its own narrow commercial significance, precisely because it represented, in the clearest and most public form available, exactly the same reversal this whole evening has already asked you to keep watching for. A Scottish inspector's magnifying glass finally answered, this time on the open Atlantic rather than inside an exhibition hall, by a formerly mocked rival now beating the master of the sea at the master's own specific game. Money that behaved like a genuine partner in a factory rather than a distant landlord collecting rent on it. It is worth turning now to the specific financial architecture that made possible the sheer scale and the sheer patience of investment this evening has already described across steel, chemicals and electrical engineering alike, because none of it would have been remotely achievable without a banking system built, quite deliberately, along lines considerably different from the arm's-length short-term lending relationship that had long characterised British merchant banking. Deutsche Bank, founded in Berlin in 1870 specifically, in the explicit words of its own founding charter, to promote and facilitate trade relations between Germany and foreign markets, grew, across the following decades, alongside a small handful of other large German joint stock banks, the Dresdner Bank and the Commerzbank chief among them, into institutions that functioned considerably less like ordinary commercial lenders and considerably more like permanent, deeply embedded partners inside the very industrial enterprises they financed. It is worth naming specifically the mechanism through which this same partnership actually operated, because German universal banks, as economic historians have come to call this model, routinely took direct equity stakes in the industrial firms they lent to, placed their own senior officers on the supervisory boards of those same firms, a legally established second tier of corporate governance German company law required alongside an ordinary executive management board, and used the detailed inside knowledge that same board seat provided to extend considerably longer term and considerably larger loans than a purely arm's-length lender, unable to directly monitor how the borrowed money was actually being spent, would ordinarily have been willing to risk a structure that gave German heavy industry access to exactly the kind of patient, long-horizon capital that building a blast furnace, a chemical research laboratory, or a national electrical grid actually required. Capital that would not be abruptly recalled the moment a single quarter's profits happened to disappoint. It is worth remembering too the specific man whose own vision actually launched Deutsche Bank in the first place. Because Georg von Siemens, a cousin of the same Werner von Siemens this evening, has already introduced in the story of German electrical engineering, served as the new bank's own first director from its founding in 1870, steering it, across the following 2.5 decades, away from the more conservative, purely domestic lending a great many older German private banks still preferred, and toward exactly the kind of large-scale, long-horizon industrial and international financing this evening has already described, a strategy that struck a considerable number of Georg von Siemens's own more cautious contemporaries as genuinely reckless in its early years, and that had, by the time of his own death in 1898, made Deutsche Bank the single largest and single most influential bank anywhere in continental Europe. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific central institution that gave this whole banking system its own final piece of shared stability, because the empire established, in 1876, a single central bank, the Reichsbank, replacing the tangle of separate state central banks that had survived even the currency unification this evening as already described, and granting that same institution sole authority to issue German banknotes and to manage the empire's own gold reserves, a centralization that gave German commercial banks a single, reliable lender of last resort to turn to in moments of genuine financial panic. Considerably steadying the whole system this evening has spent so long describing against exactly the kind of runaway speculative collapse the Gründerkrach had already demonstrated only 3 years earlier, this same young financial system was still fully capable of producing. Consider, too, that this same close relationship between a handful of large banks and a handful of large industrial combines gave the whole German economy a genuinely unusual capacity to weather short-term financial shocks that might otherwise have derailed individual firms entirely. A bank holding a direct equity stake and a board seat in a struggling steel company, having every incentive to arrange a fresh loan or a restructured repayment schedule to see that same company through a difficult year, rather than simply calling in its own debt at the first sign of trouble, the way a purely arm's-length lender, with no ongoing stake in the borrower's own long-term survival, might have been considerably more inclined to do. A form of institutional patience this evening is already credited with letting German industry invest so confidently in decade-long research programs, and one that applied just as readily to keeping an already struggling firm alive as it did to funding an ambitious new one. It is worth naming too exactly how directly this same universal banking model connected back to the industrial concentration this evening has already described in coal and in steel, because the same handful of large Berlin banks that sat on Krupp's own supervisory board and on the boards of the major coal and steel cartels this evening has already introduced, also held significant stakes in one another's own competitors, a web of interlocking directorships several contemporary critics described, not always unfairly, as leaving a genuinely small circle of Berlin financiers with an almost complete overview of, and a considerable influence over, the whole of German heavy industry at once. A concentration of financial power this evening would ask you to set alongside the concentration of political power this whole story has already described sitting in the hands of the Junker landowners and the imperial court, two separate and only partially overlapping elites whose own combined weight left remarkably little genuine economic or political power in the hands of the ordinary German household actually generating all of it. It is worth remembering too exactly how quickly Berlin itself grew, across these same decades, into a genuine financial capital in its own right, rather than merely a political one, the Berlin Stock Exchange expanding from a comparatively modest regional market at the time of unification into one of the busiest and most closely watched exchanges on the entire European continent by the 1890s, drawing capital not merely from German savers, but increasingly from French, British, and Dutch investors eager to buy shares in exactly the kind of rapidly growing steel, chemical, and electrical firms this evening has spent so long describing, a flow of foreign capital into German industry that ran, by some contemporary estimates, into the several billions of marks by the early 1900s. A reminder that the wider world had, by this point, begun quietly betting its own money on precisely the transformation this evening has spent the whole night describing, years before it was willing to say so quite as openly as Lion Playfair's own magnifying glass once suggested it never would. It is hard not to notice, too, a single concrete civic project this same universal banking model helped finance, because when Berlin's own municipal government and a consortium led by Siemens moved, at the very end of the 19th century, to build the German capital its own underground rapid transit railway, the U-Bahn, breaking ground in 1896 and opening its own first line in 1902, the same kind of patient, deeply embedded bank financing. This evening has already described underwriting blast furnaces and chemical works, also underwrote tunnels bored directly beneath a rapidly growing capital's own crowded streets, a single visible piece of urban infrastructure still carrying Berlin commuters today, that traces its own financial origin directly back to precisely the banking model this evening has spent so long describing. Consider too the specific and genuinely important contrast this same arrangement drew with the British financial system operating across the exact same decades, because British banking, still heavily oriented around short-term commercial lending and around a separate and largely distinct merchant banking sector, focused on financing international trade and foreign government bonds rather than direct long-term industrial equity, left a considerable number of British manufacturers reliant on retained profits, family capital, or the comparatively impersonal London stock market to finance major new industrial investment, a system several economic historians have since argued left British heavy industry by the early 20th century genuinely undercapitalised relative to its German rival at precisely the moment new industries like chemicals and electrical engineering most desperately needed the kind of patient, large-scale capital German universal banks had spent 3 decades learning to supply almost as a matter of institutional reflex. It is worth remembering, finally, that this same close relationship between German banking and German heavy industry carried its own genuine risks alongside its considerable benefits, concentrating an enormous amount of economic power in the hands of a comparatively small number of Berlin bank directors who sat simultaneously on the boards of dozens of the largest industrial firms in the country, a concentration of financial and industrial power several contemporary German critics, including a growing and increasingly organised socialist political movement. This evening's own later hours are going to return to directly, regarded with real and genuinely justified suspicion as evidence that the benefits of German industrialization were flowing disproportionately toward an increasingly interlocked elite of bankers, industrialists, and landed aristocrats rather than toward the ordinary workers whose own labour actually built every furnace and every generating station this evening has spent so long describing. Cartels the law chose to protect, and a tariff wall built by an alliance its own critics dubbed iron and rye. It is worth returning now to the specific cooperative instinct this evening's own earlier hours have already shown you emerging out of the wreckage of the 1873 crash, because that instinct, formalised by the Reichsgericht's own ruling in 1897, grew, across the following 2 decades, into a genuinely dense network of formal cartel arrangements covering an enormous share of German heavy industry, the most powerful and most enduring among them the Rhenish-Westphalian Coal Syndicate, founded in 1893, which coordinated coal production, pricing, and sales across the overwhelming majority of the entire Ruhr coalfield through a single centralised selling organisation, alongside similarly powerful cartels governing steel rail production, potash mining, and increasingly the chemical industry as well. Consider honestly exactly what these same cartels actually did for the firms that joined them, because the argument their own defenders made at the time, and the argument a considerable number of economic historians have continued making since, holds a genuine measure of truth alongside its genuine self-interest, that by removing the risk of ruinous price wars between rival German firms, cartels let member companies plan multi-year, capital-intensive investments, a new blast furnace, a new chemical research laboratory, a new coal mining shaft, with a degree of confidence about future prices and future demand that firms operating in a purely unregulated, cutthroat competitive market could rarely afford to assume, a stability several historians have identified as one genuine contributing factor behind German industry's own willingness to invest so heavily and so patiently in exactly the kind of long-horizon research and infrastructure this evening has already described paying off so decisively in steel, chemicals, and electrical engineering alike. It is worth remembering, too, the considerably less flattering side of this same arrangement, because cartels, by their very design, also let member firms hold domestic German prices artificially higher than a genuinely competitive market would have allowed, extracting in effect a kind of private tax from German consumers and from German industries further down the supply chain that had no cartel of their own to negotiate on equal terms. An imbalance several contemporary German economists and a considerable portion of the country's growing socialist political movement criticised openly and often, and that sat in genuine and rarely acknowledged tension with the same nation's simultaneous and growing pride in its own manufacturing prowess. A reminder this evening would ask you to hold on to that the very stability which let German industry out-invest and out-research its rivals abroad was purchased, in part, by German households paying somewhat more than they otherwise would have for the coal that heated their own homes and the steel that built their own tools. It is worth naming, too, exactly who actually paid the specific, everyday version of that same private tax, because the tariff protection this evening has already described extending to German grain growers alongside German heavy industry meant, in the plainest possible terms, that ordinary German households paid noticeably more for a loaf of bread than they would have under a genuinely open agricultural market. A burden that fell, as this kind of burden generally does, most heavily on precisely the working-class families this evening has already spent so long describing crowded into Ruhr tenements. And it is worth naming too the specific political mechanism that let the interests behind this same tariff wall continue dominating German policy for so long without ever having to answer directly to the very households paying for it. A three-class franchise still governing elections to the Prussian state legislature, the single most powerful individual state parliament inside the whole empire that divided voters into three tiers according to the amount of tax each man paid and weighted each tier's own vote so heavily in favour of the wealthiest taxpayers that a small number of wealthy industrialists and landed Junkers could, and routinely did, outvote tens of thousands of ordinary factory workers combined. A structural imbalance that let the same iron and rye coalition this evening has already named keep writing German tariff and industrial policy for decades, with remarkably little fear of being voted out of the arrangement by the very workers whose own bread prices it was quietly inflating. It is worth remembering, too, exactly how dominant the strongest of these same cartels actually became within their own individual markets, because the Rhenish-Westphalian coal syndicate this evening has already introduced eventually coordinated something in the range of 9 out of every 10 tons of coal mined anywhere across the entire Ruhr basin, setting a single unified selling price and a single unified output quota for member mines that individual companies, whatever their own private appetite for price competition, found themselves with little practical choice but to accept, and a broadly similar arrangement, the Cayley Syndicate, came to dominate the world market for potash, a mineral salt mined in enormous quantity from deposits around the town of Stassfurt in Prussian Saxony, and essential, alongside the nitrogen this evening as already described Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch, learning to synthesize, to the modern chemical fertilizers that were, by the early 1900s, transforming agricultural yields across the whole of the industrialized world. A mineral monopoly so complete that Germany controlled something in the range of virtually the entire world's commercial potash supply right up until the years just before the First World War. A single, largely overlooked German cartel quietly holding a genuinely global chokehold on the fertilizer every wheat farmer on earth increasingly depended on. It is hard not to notice, too, the parallel political turn German trade policy took during these same years, because Otto von Bismarck, who had governed for the better part of a decade as a broadly free trade chancellor, reversed course decisively in 1879, pushing through the Reichstag a new and considerably more protectionist tariff schedule, specifically designed to shield both German heavy industry, still recovering from the 1873 crash, and facing growing competition from cheap imported British and American manufactured goods, and German grain-growing agriculture, increasingly undercut by cheap imported grain, arriving from the newly opened farmland of the American Midwest and the Russian steppe, an alliance of interests contemporary critics dubbed, with a wit that has stuck ever since, the marriage of iron and rye. A coalition binding the heavy industrialists of the Ruhr to the landed aristocratic grain growers east of the Elbe River in a shared political interest in tariff protection that would go on to dominate German economic policy, and a considerable share of German parliamentary politics besides for the following 3.5 decades. A crown of iron laid across the German workers' shoulders, and considerably more surprising to nearly everyone watching, an actual floor built underneath his feet. It is worth turning now to the specific and genuinely unusual response the German state developed to the growing political challenge its own rapid industrialization had produced, because the same factory towns and mining valleys this evening has spent so long describing also produced, across these same decades, a rapidly growing, increasingly well-organized socialist political movement, the Social Democratic Party, that drew its own membership directly from the industrial working class German industrialization had created almost from nothing, and that Bismarck himself, watching its own electoral support climb steadily across the 1870s, came to regard as a genuine and existential threat to the entire political and social order his own newly unified empire rested on. Consider, plainly, the two-pronged strategy Bismarck actually pursued in response to that same threat, because it reveals a political calculation considerably more sophisticated and considerably more consequential for the rest of this story than pure repression alone would have been. Bismarck pushed through the Reichstag in 1878 a set of anti-socialist laws banning socialist organizations, socialist meetings, and socialist publications outright, a genuinely severe crackdown that drove the Social Democratic Party's own formal organizational structure underground for over a decade, but paired that same repression, beginning in the early 1880s, with an entirely different and considerably more constructive strategy, building, piece by piece, the world's first comprehensive system of state-mandated social insurance, a health insurance law in 1883, requiring employers and workers to jointly fund coverage for medical treatment and lost wages during illness, an accident insurance law in 1884 providing compensation for workers injured or killed on the job, and an old age and disability insurance law in 1889 providing a state pension for workers who survived long enough and remained healthy enough to reach the age of 70. It is worth naming too exactly what Bismarck himself said, quite openly, about his own motives for building this same system, because he did not pretend in his own speeches to the Reichstag defending these reforms that pure humanitarian concern for the German workers' welfare was driving any of it, arguing instead with real and calculated frankness that a worker who had a genuine and tangible stake in the continued stability of the existing state, in the form of an insurance system and an eventual pension, he stood to lose entirely if the existing order were violently overthrown, would prove considerably less receptive to socialist revolutionary appeals than a worker with nothing at all to lose, a strategy several historians have since summarized with a bluntness Bismarck himself would probably not have entirely rejected, as an attempt to buy the German working class's political loyalty on an installment plan. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly how genuinely consequential this same system actually became, whatever the calculating political logic that first produced it, because Germany's social insurance system, expanded and refined across the following decades, went on to serve as the direct institutional model for nearly every comparable welfare system built anywhere else in the industrialized world across the following century. And it produced, inside Germany itself, a genuinely healthier, genuinely more stable, and by several economic historians' own careful accounting, genuinely more productive industrial workforce than a purely unregulated labour market, of the kind still largely operating in Britain and the United States across these same decades, was managing to produce one further example of a pattern this evening has already asked you to notice more than once, that German industrial success rested, again and again, on a willingness to build deliberate state-directed institutional machinery that a great many of Germany's own rivals preferred, at least for a good deal longer, to leave entirely to the private market's own devices. It is worth naming too, honestly, that the German state's own protection of ordinary factory workers did genuinely expand across these same decades, however unevenly, because a further Factory Act passed in 1891, championed in part by a young Kaiser Wilhelm II eager, in the earliest years of his own reign, to distinguish his own social policy from Bismarck's, raised the minimum working age for children in most branches of industry to 13, restricted the working hours of women and adolescents more strictly than earlier law had managed, and mandated a minimum Sunday rest that had previously existed, where it existed at all, largely at an individual employer's own discretion, reforms that a great many labour advocates of the period still regarded as genuinely insufficient, given the underlying scale of the abuses this evening has already described, but that nonetheless represented real, measurable, and hard-won improvement over the almost entirely unregulated factory conditions of only 2 decades earlier. A reminder that the ledger this evening has asked you to hold with both hands open was never a static one, and that ordinary German workers, through their own growing unions and their own growing political voice, spent these same decades actively pushing that same ledger, inch by contested inch, in their own favour. And it is worth naming finally the genuine limit this same generosity never actually crossed, because Bismarck's social insurance system, whatever its own genuine benefits, was never remotely paired with any comparable expansion of German workers' actual political power. The Reichstag itself elected on a broad and genuinely democratic male franchise, but possessing, under the imperial constitution, considerably less real authority over the government's actual conduct than the Kaiser and his own appointed chancellor retained, and the Social Democratic Party, even after the anti-socialist laws finally lapsed in 1890, continued facing genuine and persistent official suspicion and obstruction for decades afterward, a contradiction this evening would ask you to hold on to for the section still ahead. An empire willing to insure its own workers against sickness, injury and old age while remaining, at almost every level of actual governing authority, entirely unwilling to let those same workers meaningfully share in deciding how the empire that insured them was actually run. Both hands held open at once on what this whole astonishing machine actually cost the people who built it, before this evening carries you any further toward the accounting and the reflection still ahead, it is owed to you honestly to sit for a while, with the specific and genuinely uncomfortable ledger, sitting underneath every statistic this evening has already quoted with what might, by now, sound like uncomplicated admiration, because a story that spent its whole length marvelling at steel tonnage and die market share, while quietly stepping around the actual human cost of German industrialization, would not be telling you the truth of what this transformation actually was. It is worth naming too exactly how far back the legal attempt to restrain this same child labour actually reached, because Prussia had passed its own first factory child labour law considerably earlier than a good many listeners tonight might expect, in 1839, formally barring the employment of children under 9 years old in factory work and limiting the working hours of children between 9 and 16. A law contemporary industrialists across the Prussian lands frequently and quite openly ignored for decades, since the state apparatus actually charged with enforcing it remained for a great many years genuinely too thin and too poorly funded to inspect more than a small fraction of the factories the law technically covered, a gap between what German law formally required and what German factory floors actually practiced that would not meaningfully close until the more thorough and more seriously enforced factory inspection regime this evening has already described emerging across the 1880s and 90s, a reminder that the specific reforms this evening has already credited to Bismarck and to Wilhelm II alike were, in a genuine sense, considerably less about writing entirely new protections into law than about finally building a state administration capable of actually making a half-century-old law mean something in practice. In one hand, honestly held open, sits everything this evening has already described, a genuinely world-leading system of technical and scientific education, a genuinely innovative and genuinely durable model of patient industrial finance, a genuinely pioneering system of social insurance that spared millions of German families the very worst of the destitution industrial accidents and industrial old age had inflicted on working families in nearly every other industrializing nation of the period, and an industrial output by 1913 that had made Germany the technological envy of the entire developed world. In the other hand, held open just as honestly, sits a considerably darker accounting, children as young as 10 and 11 years old worked, legally and in genuinely enormous numbers, in German textile mills and in German glassworks well into the final decades of the 19th century, protective factory legislation arriving in Germany, as it did in nearly every industrializing nation of the period, only gradually and only under sustained political pressure, and lagging in several specific respects, behind protections British reformers had already secured decades earlier. Housing across the rapidly growing industrial towns of the Ruhr and Silesia remained, for the great majority of ordinary factory and mining families, cramped, poorly ventilated, and frequently shared among multiple families to a single small apartment, a condition contemporary German public health investigators documented in genuinely alarming detail, tying it directly to tuberculosis rates and infant mortality rates considerably higher across these same industrial districts than in the surrounding rural countryside those same families had originally left in search of steadier wages. Rivers running through the heart of the Ruhr industrial district, the Emscher chief among them, were treated across these same decades as open industrial sewers, carrying untreated factory effluent and untreated human waste alike in a single foul channel that ran directly through the middle of towns whose own drinking water had to be drawn, increasingly at real public expense, from sources far enough removed to avoid the contamination everyone living along the river's own banks could see and smell every single day. It is worth remembering too, honestly, the specific political silence surrounding the very women whose own labour this evening has already described filling a considerable share of Germany's textile mills, because those same women, whatever their own daily contribution to the empire's own industrial output, possessed no right whatsoever to vote in imperial elections, a right no German woman would actually win until 1918, years after the story this evening is telling tonight reaches its own natural end, and German law across this whole period formally barred women from joining political associations entirely, until a reform in 1908 finally lifted that same restriction, meaning that for the great majority of the decades this evening is spent describing, a female textile worker in Barmen, or a female Ruhr miner's wife raising the very children this evening has already described working alongside her, had no legal political voice whatsoever, in a nation that was, at that same moment, congratulating itself with real justification in a great many other respects on having built the most advanced system of social welfare protection anywhere on Earth. It is hard not to notice, too, a considerably quieter environmental cost this evening is not yet described, because a coal mine of the scale this evening has already walked you through required an enormous and continuous supply of timber pit props to shore up its own underground galleries against collapse, a demand that fell, across these same decades, on forests across the whole of western and central Germany, and on timber imported in growing volume from Scandinavia and from Russia, a single mine consuming, over the course of its own working life, timber cut from an area of forest several contemporary foresters estimated in the hundreds of acres, a cost this evening would ask you to hold alongside the polluted rivers and the smoke-choked skies this evening as already described, a reminder that the specific and visible damage of an industrial valley like the Ruhr represented only the most immediately obvious portion of a considerably larger and considerably more geographically scattered environmental bill. This whole transformation was quietly running up, felt in forests hundreds of miles from the nearest blast furnace, and rarely, if ever, connected in the public mind of the period back to the coal seam that had actually demanded it. Consider too the specific and genuinely uncounted toll German industrialization exacted in the most literal and most immediate sense, in the bodies of the men who actually work the mines and the furnaces. This whole story is spent so long celebrating, because German coal mining, expanding at the astonishing pace this evening as already described, remained, across these same decades, a genuinely and routinely lethal occupation. Methane gas explosions, roof collapses, and flooding accidents claiming German miners' lives in numbers that ran, across the industry as a whole, into the several hundreds nearly every single year. A toll punctuated by specific and genuinely catastrophic single disasters. The worst of them, the explosion that tore through the Radbod colliery near the town of Ham on the 19th of November 1908, when accumulated coal dust and methane gas ignited deep underground and killed, in a matter of seconds, some 348 men, a single morning's loss considerably larger than the total membership of a good many entire German villages, and a disaster that, like nearly every other mining catastrophe of the period, produced genuine public grief, a modest expansion of safety regulation, and, within a remarkably short span of years, a return to almost exactly the same underlying pace of production the disaster had briefly interrupted. It is worth remembering, too, that the Great Strike this evening, as already described in 1889, was not, in fact, the last word the Ruhr's own miners had on the subject of their own working conditions, because a second and considerably larger walkout swept the coalfield in January of 1905, drawing something in the range of 200,000 miners off the job, simultaneously over wages and over the specific grievance of arbitrary docked pay, a strike large enough and disruptive enough to force the Prussian state legislature to pass new mining regulations establishing, for the first time, formal worker representation on local mine safety committees, a genuinely meaningful, if still quite modest concession that several labour historians have identified as evidence that the organised pressure this evening, as already described, building since the 1880s, was, by the early 1900s, finally beginning to extract real and durable institutional change, rather than merely the personal royal audience Wilhelm II had offered 16 years earlier. It is worth naming, too, that the free trade unions this evening is about to describe were never the only organised voice German workers actually built for themselves, because a separate and considerably more theologically minded labour movement, the Christian trade unions, grew up alongside the socialist-aligned free trade unions across these same decades, drawing their own membership chiefly from Catholic workers in the Ruhr and elsewhere who found the explicitly secular and explicitly Marxist orientation of the Social Democratic Party's own union wing genuinely uncomfortable, and organising, under the encouragement of the Catholic Church's own social teaching, a parallel campaign for better wages and better conditions that shared a great deal of the free trade union's own practical goals while remaining quite deliberately a separate and rival institution, a division this evening would ask you to notice as one further reminder that the working class this whole story has spent so long describing was never the single, unified body. Either its own socialist organisers or its own industrialist employers sometimes found it convenient to imagine it as. It is worth remembering, too, that the workers actually living inside this transformation did not simply absorb these conditions in silence, because the same industrial concentration this evening has spent so long describing also produced, across these same decades, an increasingly large and increasingly organised trade union movement, the so-called free trade unions, loosely aligned with the Social Democratic Party this evening has already introduced, which grew from a genuinely marginal presence in the 1870s to a membership numbering something in the range of 2.5 million workers by 1913. An organising effort that produced, along the way, moments of genuine and occasionally dramatic confrontation, none more consequential than the Great Ruhr Miners' Strike of May 1889, when something in the range of 100,000 miners across the coalfield walked off the job simultaneously demanding an 8-hour working day, higher wages, and safer conditions in the same shafts this evening as already described, claiming several hundred lives nearly every year. A strike large enough and well coordinated enough that the young Kaiser Wilhelm II, only a year into his own reign, and eager to distinguish himself from an aging Bismarck's own instinct for pure repression, took the genuinely unusual step of personally receiving a delegation of striking miners at his own palace, a gesture that produced no immediate concrete concession, but that several historians have since read as an early and telling sign of exactly the kind of theatrical, personally engaged style of rule. This evening's own later hours have already described Wilhelm bringing to nearly everything else he touched. It is hard not to notice too, honestly, that a considerable share of the labour-filling German textile mills across these same decades belonged not to grown men at all, but to women and to children, an industry this evening has so far mentioned only in passing, beside the more celebrated stories of steel and chemistry, because the older textile districts of the Wupper Valley, around the twin towns of Beermann and Elberfeld, and the newer cotton mills of Saxony, employed a workforce that ran, in a great many individual factories, to a clear majority of women and adolescent girls paid, as a matter of routine and largely unquestioned practice, considerably less than a man doing comparable work would have earned for the identical hours at the identical machine, a wage gap German factory inspectors of the period documented plainly in their own official reports without, in the great majority of cases, recommending any actual remedy for it. And it is worth remembering honestly that the specific and celebrated achievements this evening have spent so many hours walking through, the steel tonnage, the die patents, the electrical grids, rested at their own outer edges on precisely this same underpaid and largely unacknowledged female and adolescent labour, filling the textile mills that had, in point of fact, industrialised decades before the Ruhr's own coal and steel ever did. Consider too exactly how young a great many of these same textile workers actually were when they first entered a mill, because contemporary factory inspection reports repeatedly documented girls as young as 12 and 13 working full shifts at power looms in the Wupper Valley and in the Saxon cotton districts alike. Technically, within the letter of the child labour law this evening, has already described tightening across these same decades, but still, by any honest modern standard, considerably younger than any child ought to have been standing unsupervised beside fast-moving industrial machinery for 10 or 11 hours at a stretch, a detail this evening names plainly rather than softening, because the same nation building the laboratories and the pension schemes this whole night has spent so long admiring was, in this specific and genuinely uncomfortable respect, still asking its own youngest daughters to help pay for it. It is worth naming, too, the considerably slower and considerably less visible toll this same industry exacted on the men who survived any single shift without a single dramatic accident at all, because German mining doctors of the period documented, with increasing concern across these same decades, a chronic lung condition among long-serving coal miners that later medicine would come to properly diagnose and name as pneumoconiosis, a scarring of the lung tissue caused by decades of inhaling fine coal dust, a condition that shortened, by every careful modern retrospective estimate, the working and the living lifespan of a great many miners who never appeared in any single disaster's own official death toll at all, dying instead, years or even decades after their own final shift underground, of a slow and quietly accumulated injury the state insurance system this evening has already described. Bismarck Building was, for a great many years, exceedingly reluctant to formally recognise as an industrial accident deserving of compensation at all. It is worth sitting, honestly, with what nobody at the time actually did with numbers like these, because unlike the careful statistics German industry kept on coal tonnage, steel output and die market share, records of exactly how many ordinary workers were injured, maimed or killed across the whole of German industry's rapid expansion were kept, where they were kept at all, unevenly, inconsistently, and with considerably less institutional care than the profits those same workers' labour was simultaneously generating, so that a full and genuinely reliable accounting of the total human cost, in bodies and in shortened lives, that German industrialization actually exacted across these same decades, remains, even now, a figure historians can only estimate rather than state with any real precision, a silence this evening would ask you to notice honestly, because it is its own kind of answer to the question of whose lives this whole astonishing machine was actually built to count, and whose it was largely content to simply use up. A single family's ordinary week inside the machine this whole evening is spent so long describing from the outside. It is worth turning, briefly, away from tonnage figures and market share percentages altogether, toward the considerably smaller and considerably more human scale. A great many of the workers actually living inside this transformation would have recognised as the only scale that ever really mattered to them. Consider a composite but genuinely representative household, of the kind German social investigators of the period documented again and again across the industrial towns of the Ruhr. A miner working a rotating shift that might begin as early as 4 in the morning or as late as 10 at night depending on the week, descending 6 days out of every 7 into a shaft where the air itself carried coal dust thick enough to leave every miner coughing black long after his own shift had ended, returning home to a 2-room apartment shared, in a great many documented cases, with a second or even a third family paying rent for the use of a single bed, during the hours the first family's own working members were away at the mine themselves, a practice contemporaries called bed sharing, and that public health investigators of the period cited repeatedly as both a genuine domestic hardship and a genuine vector for the tuberculosis that spread, with real and measurable severity, through exactly these same crowded industrial households. It is worth remembering too the specific and genuinely ordinary hopes a household like this one actually carried alongside its own genuine hardship, because it would be its own kind of dishonesty to reduce every single family living through this transformation to nothing but suffering, when the surviving letters, diaries and oral testimony collected from workers of this same period describe, again and again, a household economy built around real and specific aspiration, a wage steady enough, however meagre, to send at least the eldest son to a proper trade apprenticeship rather than straight into the mine. His own father worked a company sick fund, or, after 1883, the new state health insurance this evening as already described. That meant a broken leg no longer had to mean outright destitution for an entire family, and a Sunday, one single day carved reliably out of an otherwise unrelenting 6-day working week, that a great many working families across the Ruhr spent, by every surviving account, walking together in whatever modest, green space remained within reach of towns that had, within a single generation, buried most of their own surrounding farmland under coke ovens and rail yards. Consider too the specific and genuinely ordinary decision a household exactly like this one so often actually faced, standing at the very same crossroads this evening's own earlier hours have already described an entire nation quietly working through, because a miner's own eldest brother, or a miner's own father before him, had very possibly already made the opposite choice a full generation earlier, boarding a steamer out of Bremen or Hamburg bound for America at the height of the emigration wave this evening has already described, and the miner himself weighing his own considerably narrower but considerably steadier prospects at home against that same well-worn path across the Atlantic, chose, as an increasing majority of his own countrymen chose across these same years, to stay, a small, private, and almost never individually recorded decision, repeated across hundreds of thousands of ordinary German households, that is itself examined honestly. One further piece of the same larger reversal this whole evening has spent so long describing. A nation's own people voting, one household at a time and almost entirely without any single dramatic announcement that the future the Ruhr and its own sister industries now offered had, for the first time within living memory, actually become worth staying home for. It is worth remembering finally that this same ordinary working household, however invisible it remains in the tonnage statistics and the corporate histories this evening has spent so much of its own length describing, is the actual and literal foundation. Everything else in tonight's story was quite literally built on top of every ton of Ruhr coal, every ingot of Lorraine steel, every bottle of Bayer dye, passing at some point through the hands and the lungs and the shortened working lives of men and women whose own individual names appear in no company ledger and no government statistic. This evening has quoted a debt this whole industrial story owes and can never fully repay, and one worth naming honestly before we move any further toward the reflection and the recap still ahead tonight. A second household, this one built not around a coal shaft but around a chemical reactor, and a smell that never fully left the town either. It is worth turning, briefly, to a second and rather differently textured composite household this evening has not yet described, because the specific experience of German industrial life varied considerably depending on which particular corner of this evening's own story a given family actually lived inside, and a chemical works town like Ludwigshafen, or the newer Bayer works eventually built at Leverkusen, offered its own workers a life recognisably different from a Ruhr coal town's own daily rhythm, even as it shared a great deal of that same town's underlying hardship. Consider a household built around a shift worker at one of BASF's own dye vats, a man whose own working day involved standing for hours beside vessels of hot chemically active liquid whose exact composition he was rarely told in any real technical detail. Protective equipment across these same decades amounting, in a great many documented cases, to little more than a cloth wrapped over the nose and mouth against the acrid fumes that several contemporary factory inspectors described, leaving workers' own skin and clothing permanently stained in shades of blue, violet or crimson, depending on which specific dye vat a man happened to be working that particular week. A visible, almost theatrical mark of the trade that Ludwigshafen residents, by several accounts, learned to read at a glance the way Ruhr residents read a man's own trade from the particular grime a coal shift left on his hands. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely serious occupational hazard this same chemical work actually carried, because the coal tar derivatives at the heart of the entire dye industry this evening has spent so long celebrating included compounds later medical research would identify as carcinogenic, and German factory doctors of the period, working with medical knowledge still decades away from a genuine understanding of industrial chemical exposure, documented, without being able to fully explain, unusually high rates of bladder disease among long-serving dye workers. A pattern German industrial medicine would only properly connect to specific aniline compounds well into the 20th century, long after a great many of the men working these same vats in the 1880s and 90s had already paid the price for a connection nobody yet understood well enough to warn them about. It is worth remembering, too, exactly what this same household actually gained in exchange for that same considerable risk, because a skilled chemical works employee, considerably more often than an ordinary coal miner, could realistically hope to be promoted, across a working lifetime, into a semi-skilled or even a genuinely skilled technical role inside the same plant, BASF and Bayer alike maintaining, alongside their own celebrated research laboratories, structured internal training programs that let an ambitious worker without a university education nonetheless rise, over years of demonstrated competence, into positions of real responsibility on the factory floor, a path considerably less available to the ordinary Ruhr miner this evening has already described, whose own trade offered comparatively little room for this same kind of internal advancement, no matter how many years he spent underground. How we actually know any of this, and the specific men whose own paperwork made it possible to know it at all. It is worth pausing before this evening turns to the wider argument historians have conducted over what all of it actually meant, on the considerably more basic question of where the specific numbers and the specific human detail this whole long night has quoted actually come from, because none of it survives by accident. The newly unified empire established in 1872 a dedicated national statistical office, the Statistisches Reichsamt, tasked with systematically collecting exactly the kind of production, trade and population data this evening has leaned on all night. A bureaucratic innovation that gave German economic historians, working decades and eventually a full century later, a considerably more complete and considerably more consistently gathered statistical record than several rival industrial nations of the same period, Britain included, actually left behind for their own historians to work with. Consider, too, the specific and considerably more human source this evening has drawn on for the darker half of its own ledger, because every individual German state maintained, across these same decades, a corps of factory inspectors, the Gewerbeaufsichtsämter, whose own legally mandated job was to walk the floor of mines, mills and chemical works and file detailed annual reports on working conditions, injury rates, and violations of the child labour and working hours. Regulations this evening as already described, reports that survive, in German state archives, in genuinely extraordinary volume and genuinely extraordinary specificity, describing individual workshops, individual accidents, and individual violations by name and by date. And it is precisely this same bureaucratic record, considerably less glamorous than any company's own celebratory official history, that has let later historians reconstruct the composite households and the composite working conditions this evening has spent so long describing with a level of confidence a purely corporate or purely political archive could never have supplied on its own. It is worth naming, honestly too, the specific bias built into this same surviving record, because a factory inspector's own report, however detailed, was still filed by a state official answerable to the same imperial government, this evening has already described treating labour unrest as a political threat to be managed rather than a grievance to be freely aired, and a great many of the more radical labour newspapers and union pamphlets that might have told this same story from the workers' own unmediated point of view were, across long stretches of this period, subject to exactly the kind of press restriction and outright suppression this evening has already described under the anti-socialist laws, a gap that means the fullest and most vivid surviving testimony from this whole story still tends to arrive filtered, at least in part, through the eyes of the state, the company, or the sympathetic middle-class social investigator, rather than in the worker's own entirely unfiltered voice. A limitation honest enough to name plainly before this evening moves on to the wider historical argument still ahead, how historians have actually argued about the meaning of everything this evening has just described. It is worth pausing, before this evening turns toward its own remaining hours, on the genuinely serious and genuinely unresolved argument historians have conducted for the better part of a century now, over what this whole rapid transformation actually meant for Germany's own subsequent history. Because the story this evening has told you is not, in fact, a settled or uncontested one among the scholars who have spent their own careers studying it most closely. A generation of influential German historians writing in the 1960s and 70s, Hans Ulrich Wähler foremost among them, argued for what came to be called the Sonderweg thesis, the special path, holding that Germany's uniquely rapid economic and industrial modernization, achieved without any comparably thorough political modernization, without the kind of genuine parliamentary democracy and genuine civil liberty that had accompanied industrialization in Britain, France, and eventually the United States, left Germany with a dangerously unstable combination a thoroughly modern industrial economy still governed by a fundamentally pre-modern political elite of Junker landowners, military officers, and an unaccountable imperial court. A mismatch, these same historians argued, helps explain in considerable part Germany's own subsequent descent into the catastrophes of the 20th century. It is worth remembering plainly the considerably more sceptical counterargument a later generation of historians, David Blackburn and Jeff Ely chief among them, mounted against this same thesis beginning in the 1980s, arguing that the Sonderweg framework rested on an implicit and rarely examined assumption that Britain's own path to modernity represented some kind of normal or default model every other nation ought to have followed. When Britain's own combination of gradual industrialization alongside gradual political liberalization was, on a closer comparative look, considerably less typical and considerably more historically particular than the Sonderweg thesis's own framing assumed, and that German industrial and social development, examined on its own terms rather than measured against an idealized British yardstick, showed a great deal more genuine dynamism and a great deal more genuine civil society activity operating well beneath the level of formal parliamentary politics than a story built entirely around a rigid, unchanging Junker elite allowed for. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific contemporary British voice that gave this whole anxiety its own most widely read popular expression, because a British journalist named Ernest Edwin Williams published, in 1896, a short and genuinely alarmed pamphlet titled, quite simply, Made in Germany, borrowing the exact same stamped phrase this evening's own earlier hours have already described as legally mandated warning label and turning it, deliberately, into a rallying cry. Walking his own British readers through room after room of their own homes, their own breakfast tables, their own children's toy chests, and pointing out with real and evidently unsettling specificity how much of what surrounded them, from the pencil in a schoolboy's hand to the piano in a middle-class parlour, had in fact been manufactured not in Sheffield or Birmingham at all, but in a German workshop the reader had likely never given a single thought to before opening the pamphlet. Williams's own book became a genuine bestseller, went through multiple printings within its own first year, and did more than perhaps any single piece of writing this evening could name to convert what had been, until then, a comparatively narrow trade press anxiety among manufacturers into a genuine and widely shared piece of popular British unease, a small, unglamorous pamphlet that stands, examined honestly, as one of the single clearest pieces of surviving evidence for exactly how far the reversal this evening has spent so long describing had already travelled by the final years of the 19th century, a British writer no longer mocking German industry through a magnifying glass, but warning his own countrymen in something close to genuine alarm that they had better start taking it seriously instead. Consider, too, a considerably more recent strand of this same historiographical argument, because economic historians working over the past several decades, armed with considerably more sophisticated statistical methods than either the original Sonderweg historians or their own 1980s critics had available to them, have increasingly focused less on the grand political question of whether Germany followed some uniquely dangerous path at all, and considerably more on the specific granular mechanics this evening has spent the whole night describing. Precisely which institutions, the cartels, the universal banks, the technical universities, actually mattered most to the raw growth figures, a shift in scholarly focus this evening would ask you to recognise as its own kind of quiet vindication of the approach this whole long night has taken, that the truest answer to how Germany actually became an industrial powerhouse lies less in any single grand thesis about national character or national destiny, and considerably more in the accumulated weight of exactly the specific, unglamorous decisions this evening has spent so many hours walking you through one at a time. It is worth naming honestly that this evening is not going to pretend to settle an argument professional historians have been conducting for decades, with considerably more evidence and considerably more careful comparative research than a single long night's telling could ever hope to marshal. But it is worth sitting, at least briefly, with what both sides of that same argument actually agree on, whatever their own real disagreement over how directly to draw the line forward from these events, that the specific and genuinely unusual combination this evening has spent so long describing, breathtaking industrial and scientific achievement, built up alongside a political system that remained, at almost every level, deeply resistant to genuine democratic accountability, was real, was historically distinctive, even if not entirely unique, and left behind it a nation whose own confidence in its own industrial and technical superiority ran, by 1913, considerably ahead of the political maturity and the political restraint that same confidence would go on, within barely a single year, to require and conspicuously fail to find. It is worth remembering, too, that the deliberate state-guided character of German industrial development this evening has spent so long describing was not merely something later historians noticed in hindsight, because a genuinely influential school of German economic thought, active across exactly these same decades, the historical school, led most prominently by an economist named Gustav Schmoller, argued openly and at real academic length against the purely free market orthodoxy still dominant in British economic thinking, insisting instead that a nation's own particular historical circumstances, its own particular stage of development, and its own particular need for active state guidance mattered every bit as much to sound economic policy as any universal, abstract law of the market, an argument that gave the tariffs, the state railways, the protected cartels, and the mandatory insurance schemes this evening has spent so many hours describing a genuine and sophisticated intellectual foundation articulated by German economists themselves in real time, rather than merely a pattern. Later historians imposed retroactively onto a series of otherwise disconnected decisions. It is hard not to notice, too, one further and rather more sympathetic reading of this whole transformation that a considerable number of economic historians have advanced, because an American economic historian named Alexander Gerschenkron, writing in the middle of the 20th century, argued that nations industrializing later than Britain, precisely because they lacked Britain's own decades-long head start, tended to develop a genuinely distinctive set of institutions, specifically to compensate for that same disadvantage. Powerful investment banks standing in for the gradually accumulated private capital an earlier industrializing economy could rely on. Deliberate state tariff and infrastructure policy standing in for the market conditions. An earlier mover never had to consciously engineer, and rapid, large-scale factory construction standing in for the gradual small workshop by small workshop growth. Britain's own industrial revolution had followed, a framework Gerschenkron built largely around the German case this evening has spent so long describing, and one that reframes nearly everything this whole night has told you not as some uniquely German talent for organisation, but as the entirely rational and, in Gerschenkron's own memorable phrase, genuinely advantageous response any sufficiently ambitious latecomer economy might reach for when it found itself racing to catch a rival that had already been running for decades. One life lived almost entirely inside a single factory gate. Standing in for the whole of what this evening has been trying to tell you, it is worth returning, before this evening turns toward its own final hours, to a single human life this evening has already introduced only briefly, because the career of Karl Duisberg, the chemist and eventual director this evening has already named as the architect of Bayer's own systematic industrial research program, offers, examined a little more closely, a genuinely useful microcosm of nearly everything this whole long night has been trying to describe about German industrialization as a whole. Duisberg was born in 1861 in the small industrial town of Barmen, in the same Wupper Valley textile district that had produced a considerable share of Germany's own earliest industrial wealth, the son of a modest ribbon manufacturer, and studied chemistry at several German universities before joining Bayer, then still a comparatively small dye manufacturer in 1883, at exactly the moment this evening has already described the whole German chemical industry beginning its own systematic transformation into something considerably larger and considerably more scientifically ambitious than any single inventor's workshop. Consider, too, exactly what Duisberg actually built once he had risen, across roughly 2 decades of increasingly senior technical and managerial responsibility, into effective control of Bayer's own research and development strategy, because it was Duisberg who pushed the company to expand systematically beyond dyes alone into pharmaceuticals, into photographic chemicals, and into an ever-widening range of synthetic organic compounds. Duisberg who built out Bayer's own dedicated patent department into one of the most sophisticated intellectual property operations anywhere in German industry. And it is worth pausing, briefly, on exactly what Duisberg had actually gone to America to see. Because the same decades this evening has spent describing German cartels and German universal banks also produced, on the other side of the Atlantic, an entirely different and considerably more aggressive form of industrial consolidation. The great American trusts, Standard Oil chief among them, built by men like John D. Rockefeller, not through the kind of legally sanctioned, openly cooperative price agreements this evening has already described the Reichsgericht protecting, but through outright acquisition, ruthless underselling of smaller rivals, and in a great many documented cases secret and considerably less scrupulous arrangements, openly aimed at destroying competition entirely, rather than merely stabilizing it. A genuinely different national style of industrial concentration that the American government itself had, by the time Duisberg visited, already begun moving decisively against through the Sherman Antitrust Act this evening has already named, so that the 2 rising industrial economies most responsible for genuinely challenging Britain's own 19th century supremacy had, by the 1890s, arrived at strikingly different answers to essentially the same underlying question, whether the ruinous instability of open competition was a problem better solved by legally protected cooperation, as Germany had chosen, or by simply letting the largest and most ruthless competitor win outright, and then breaking up whatever monopoly resulted, as an increasingly uneasy American public was just beginning to insist its own government actually do, a comparison worth naming because it was, by Duisberg's own later account, exactly this same American consolidation, and not the German cartel model he already knew intimately, that he came away most impressed by, and Duisberg began agitating years before it actually happened, for Germany's own major chemical firms to combine their own separate research and sales operations into a single, considerably larger coordinated enterprise, an ambition that would not fully materialize until years after the story this evening is telling tonight, but that traces its own origin directly back to Duisberg's own specific vision of what German industrial organization ought to eventually become. It is worth remembering too, honestly, the considerably less flattering dimension of this same career, because Duisberg's own systematic approach to industrial organization extended by his own explicit private writing to the workforce beneath him as well, describing, in terms that startled even some of his own contemporaries, an ideal industrial workforce managed with something close to military discipline and precision, a vision entirely consistent with the specific and genuinely uncomfortable pattern this evening, has already asked you to notice more than once tonight that German industrial genius and a certain cold, top-down administrative ruthlessness toward the actual human beings doing the labour tended across this whole story to travel together rather than separately. It is worth naming too, briefly, that Duisberg's own specific ambition for a single combined chemical enterprise did not, in the end, simply die alongside him, because the major German dye and chemical firms this evening has spent so long describing, BASF, Bayer, and Höchst chief among them, eventually merged in 1925 years after the story. This evening is telling tonight reaches its own natural end into a single enormous combine called IG Farben, precisely the kind of unified national chemical enterprise Duisberg had spent decades quietly agitating for, a combine that would go on, across the following 2 decades, to become one of the largest corporations on the entire planet, and that this evening names only this briefly, and only this honestly, because IG Farben's own later history, entangled with the very worst crimes of the regime that followed the empire this whole night has described, sits well beyond the boundary of the story this evening actually set out to tell, a boundary worth naming plainly rather than pretending the story simply stops, tidily, at the exact moment this evening chooses to stop telling it. And it is worth sitting, finally, with what Duisberg's own long career, stretching from a modest ribbon-maker's household in 1861 to a position, by the time of his own death in 1935, as one of the single most powerful industrialists in the whole of German history, actually demonstrates about the specific texture of the transformation this whole evening has been describing, that it was built, again and again, not by any single inspired genius working in isolation, but by a genuinely enormous number of capable, ambitious, systematically trained men working inside institutions, universities, laboratories, cartels, and banks. This evening has spent hours describing being deliberately constructed for exactly this purpose, a machine considerably larger and considerably more durable than any single life inside it, Duisberg's own included. What might never have happened at all if a handful of specific and genuinely fragile decisions had gone even slightly differently. It is worth pausing, honestly, before this evening turns toward its own final hours, on how genuinely contingent this whole astonishing transformation actually was, because it is tempting, looking backward from 1913 at a fully formed industrial superpower, to imagine the whole process as somehow inevitable, the natural and predictable unfolding of German talent and German discipline finding its own proper level. When a closer look at the actual sequence of events this evening has walked you through tonight reveals a story considerably more fragile and considerably more dependent on specific decisions that could very easily have gone another way than that comfortable retrospective narrative generally allows. Consider for a moment how differently this whole story might have unfolded had Friedrich List's own stubborn argument for a unified customs union simply failed to persuade the individual German states to actually surrender their own separate tariff revenues, a genuinely plausible outcome given how jealously most of those same states guarded their own fiscal independence in the 1820s and 30s, and had Germany instead entered the railway age as a still fragmented patchwork of competing tariff zones, the way a good many contemporary observers at the time fully expected it to remain. Consider too how differently the entire steel industry this evening as described might have developed had the war of 1870 and 71 ended differently, leaving the enormous phosphoric ore deposits of Lorraine in French rather than German hands at the exact moment Sidney Gilchrist Thomas's own chemical breakthrough made those same deposits suddenly and enormously valuable, a single military and diplomatic outcome that handed an entire nation's steel industry a decisive advantage. its own domestic or deposits, considerably poorer and considerably more limited, could never have supplied on their own. It is worth remembering too, honestly, that Bismarck's own calculated gamble in building the social insurance system this evening, as already described, did not, in the end, actually achieve the specific political goal he had built it to achieve, because the Social Democratic Party, whatever comfort a state pension and state health insurance genuinely provided to individual working families, continued growing steadily across the following 3 decades regardless, winning, in the imperial election of 1912, more votes than any other single party in the entire empire, and becoming, for the first time, the largest single party in the Reichstag, a result that would have struck Bismarck himself, watching from beyond his own death in 1898, as genuine and rather bitter proof that no amount of instalment plan loyalty a state insurance scheme could purchase was ever quite enough, on its own, to fully answer the deeper political grievance of a working class still denied any genuine share of real governing power. A contingency this evening would ask you to hold alongside everything else tonight, because it suggests that the specific chain of deliberate decisions this whole story has walked you through, however brilliantly it built an industrial economy, never actually solved the political problem it was, in no small part, originally designed to solve. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely underappreciated role pure chance played in Germany's own scientific advantage, because there is no obvious economic or geographic law that required Justus von Liebig, specifically, to develop his own laboratory-centred teaching method at Gießen, rather than at some other university that might have proven less influential, and no obvious inevitability requiring the specific chemists trained under that same method to happen to concentrate, as they largely did, in the specific handful of firms along the Rhine that became BASF, Bayer, and Hoechst. A concentration of talent and opportunity this evening would ask you to recognise honestly as owing at least as much to the accumulated weight of individual choices, individual mentorships, and individual moments of good fortune as to any grand impersonal law of national economic development. A reminder, sitting quietly beneath every triumphant statistic this evening as quoted tonight, that the whole astonishing machine this story has described could very easily, at a dozen different specific junctures, have simply failed to assemble itself at all. Consider, too, one final and considerably more uncomfortable counterfactual this evening would ask you to sit with honestly, because it is worth wondering what might have happened to this whole rivalry had Britain itself chosen to answer German competition with German methods rather than with warning labels alone, building its own equivalent of the Technische Hochschulen, funding its own equivalent of Liebig's teaching laboratories, and permitting its own manufacturers the same kind of legally protected cartel cooperation German industry had enjoyed since the Reichsgericht's own ruling in 1897, a path a handful of British reformers, Leon Playfair himself eventually among them, did in fact argue for with real and increasing urgency across these same decades, and one that the great majority of British political and business opinion, still genuinely confident in the inherited advantages of an earlier industrial revolution, largely declined to pursue with anything like the urgency German industry itself had shown, a choice, or perhaps more honestly a failure to choose, that several economic historians have since identified as every bit as consequential to the eventual shape of this whole rivalry as any single German tariff law or any single German laboratory this evening has already described. The bottle in your own medicine cabinet and the badge on the hood of a passing car. It is worth turning now, briefly, toward the considerably more immediate and considerably more personal bridge this whole long story actually has to the world you yourself are living in tonight, because the specific companies and the specific innovations this evening has spent so many hours describing did not simply vanish along with the empire that first built them, a great many of them continuing in one form or another to shape the everyday objects and everyday conveniences a great many listeners tonight interact with without ever pausing to think about where they actually came from. The aspirin tablet this evening has already described Bayer patenting in 1899 remains, more than a century later, one of the most widely used medications on the entire planet, and the company that first synthesized and sold it remains, to this day, one of the largest pharmaceutical and chemical firms in the world. BASF, founded at Ludwigshafen in 1865 as a modest dye manufacturer, remains even now the single largest chemical company on Earth by revenue. And Siemens, the telegraph and electrical engineering firm Werner von Siemens, founded in a rented workshop in 1847, remains one of the largest industrial conglomerates in Europe. Its own products running through everything from hospital medical equipment to high-speed rail systems built along principles that trace directly back to the same electrification work this evening has already described. Robert Bosch, an engineer trained in the same rigorous German apprenticeship tradition this evening, has spent so long describing, founded a small precision mechanical workshop in Stuttgart in 1886 that grew on the strength of an early and genuinely important improvement to the magneto-ignition system. This evening's own account of Benz and Daimler has already mentioned into one of the largest automotive parts suppliers on Earth, and a rubber and tyre manufacturer founded at Hanover in 1871 under the name Continental remains, even now, one of the largest tyre manufacturers in the entire world, its own name appearing on the sidewalls of vehicles built by companies on every populated continent. Consider too one further and genuinely spectacular piece of German engineering this evening has not yet mentioned, because a retired army general named Ferdinand von Zeppelin, convinced, against the private scepticism of a great many of his own former military colleagues, that the future of long-distance travel belonged in the air rather than on the rails, this evening has already spent so long describing, spent his own considerable personal fortune developing a rigid, aluminum-framed airship, and successfully flew the first genuinely practical example of it over Lake Constance on the 2nd of July, 1900, a machine that would go on, across the following decade, to become a genuine source of national pride. Zeppelin airships carrying paying passengers on regular scheduled flights between German cities years before any fixed-wing airplane anywhere in the world could offer anything comparable. One final example of exactly the kind of large-scale, capital-intensive, engineering-driven ambition this whole evening has spent so long describing, applied, this time, to the sky itself, rather than to a coal seam or a chemical vat. It is worth naming too a strand of this same story this evening as only mentioned in passing, because the same decades that built Germany's coal, steel, chemical and electrical industries also produced, working in a smaller and initially considerably less celebrated corner of German engineering, two separate inventors, Carl Benz in Mannheim and Gottlieb Daimler, working with his own engineering partner Wilhelm Maybach near Stuttgart, each independently developing, within months of one another in the mid-1880s, a practical gasoline-powered internal combustion engine mounted in what the whole world would eventually come to recognize as the automobile, an invention that would go on, across the following century, to reshape the physical geography of nearly every city on Earth, and that traces its own origin directly back to precisely the same culture of rigorous, laboratory-trained, systematically organised German engineering this evening has already spent so many hours describing in the story of steel, dye, and electricity. It is worth sitting briefly with what actually became of the Ruhr itself in the century since this evening's own story reaches its own natural end, because the valley that learned to breathe smoke did not go on breathing it forever. The coal and steel industry this evening has spent so many hours describing continued expanding for decades after 1913, surviving 2 world wars and rebuilding, in the post-war decades, into the very engine of the economic recovery. West Germans came to call the Wirtschaftswunder, the economic miracle, before beginning from the 1960s onward, a long and genuinely painful decline, as cheaper coal and cheaper steel from other parts of the world gradually made the Ruhr's own aging mines and aging mills increasingly uncompetitive, a decline that closed shaft after shaft and furnace after furnace across the following 4 decades, until the last working coal mine anywhere in the entire Ruhr basin, a shaft called Prosper Haniel, finally closed for good in December of 2018, bringing to an end more than 200 years of continuous coal mining in a valley that had once supplied the furnaces of an entire empire. It is worth remembering too exactly what the region actually did with the enormous silent industrial landscape that decline left behind, because rather than simply abandoning it, the Ruhr spent the final decades of the 20th century and the opening decades of the 21st converting a considerable number of its own former mines and steelworks into museums, parks, and cultural centres. The old Zollverein coal mine and coking plant at Essen, once one of the largest and most technically advanced coking facilities in the entire world, now preserved as UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing visitors who walk today through the same coal-washing towers and coking batteries this evening has described as producing in their own working lifetime the raw material feeding half of Europe's own blast furnaces, a transformation from industrial powerhouse to industrial memorial that several regional planners have described, without much exaggeration, as the valley finally learning to breathe clean air again after a century and a half of learning not to notice that it never actually could. It is hard not to notice, too, that the specific towns this evening has spent so many hours walking you through remain, even now recognisable by exactly the industries that first built them. Ludwigshafen still standing today as the site of the single largest connected chemical manufacturing complex on the entire planet, still operated by the same company this evening watched being founded as a modest dye works in 1865, and Frankfurt, once merely one node among several in the dye and chemical trade this evening as described, having grown, across the following century, into one of the leading financial centres of the entire European continent, a legacy this evening would ask you to recognise as running in a genuinely direct line back to the same universal banks. This evening has already described learning, in the decades after 1870, to behave like patient partners rather than distant landlords. Consider, finally, that every single one of these threads, the aspirin, the chemical plant, the electrical turbine, the automobile engine, descends in a genuinely direct and traceable line from the specific and unglamorous decisions this whole evening has walked you through. A customs union built for tariff revenue, a railway laid down to move coal, a university laboratory built to train chemists by hand rather than by lecture, a legal ruling that protected a cartel's price-fixing contract, and a state insurance scheme built, in Bismarck's own admittedly cynical phrase, to buy a worker's political loyalty on an instalment plan. A reminder that the world you are falling asleep inside tonight, whatever corner of it you happen to be listening from, still carries, in ways almost nobody stops to notice, the fingerprints of a fractured, unpromising and frequently mocked collection of German states that spent barely 80 years teaching itself, piece by deliberate piece, how to outbuild, out-invent and eventually outsell nearly everyone who had ever laughed at it. It is worth naming too exactly how this same transformation looked to the two other great industrial powers, watching it unfold from somewhat further away than Britain's own anxious vantage point across the North Sea, because French economic observers, still recovering across these same decades from the specific humiliation this evening as already described in the War of 1870 and 71, tracked German industrial statistics with a mixture of professional admiration and genuine national anxiety that ran, if anything, even deeper than the British reaction this evening has spent so long describing. French industrial journals of the period comparing German steel output to French output with a regularity that reads, across the distance of more than a century, less like ordinary trade reporting and more like a nation compulsively checking a wound to see whether it had actually healed. American observers, by contrast, watched the same German rise with a considerably more detached and considerably more genuinely curious eye. American industrialists and American engineers touring German factories, German technical schools, and German research laboratories across these same years specifically to study methods a rapidly growing American industrial economy of its own increasingly found worth borrowing. A curiosity this evening has already described bearing fruit directly in the story of the German-trained chemists who went on to help build America's own emerging industrial research laboratories in these same final years before the First World War. A share of the whole world's trade that no fractured patchwork of quarrelling German states could ever plausibly have claimed on its own. It is worth pausing briefly before this evening gathers everything together into its own final recap on the specific scale German industry had actually reached in the world's own wider trading system by the time this story reaches its own natural end, because the individual triumphs this evening has already walked you through in steel, in chemistry, and in electrical engineering added up by 1913 to something considerably larger than the sum of their own individual parts. Germany's own total share of world manufactured exports had grown, across the 4.5 decades since unification, to something in the range of 13% of the entire globe's trade in manufactured goods, placing it second only to Britain's own still larger share and comfortably ahead of France, of the United States, and of every other industrial power then competing for the same overseas markets. A share built not merely on the handful of headline industries this evening has spent so long describing, but on a genuinely broad base of German exports, reaching customers on every populated continent, machine tools sold to Russian and Ottoman railway builders, chemical dyes sold to textile mills across South Asia and Latin America, and electrical equipment sold to municipal governments building out street lighting and tram networks in cities their own residents had, only a generation earlier, never expected to see electrified in their own lifetimes. It is worth naming, too, exactly how differently this same export success actually looked, depending on which specific German region you happen to be standing in, because the benefits of this whole astonishing trading reach were never distributed evenly across the empire's own considerable internal geography. The Ruhr, Upper Silesia, and the handful of chemical and electrical centres this evening has already named capturing the overwhelming majority of the new investment, the new jobs, and the new wealth, while large stretches of rural Prussia further east, still organised around the same Junker-dominated agricultural estates this evening as already described, remained genuinely and visibly poorer, a regional imbalance that sent a considerable stream of rural eastern labourers migrating west toward the Ruhr's own mines and mills in search of exactly the wages this evening as already described, drawing in Polish and Dutch migrant workers as well, an internal migration considerably less remarked upon by contemporary observers than the more dramatic reversal of transatlantic emigration this evening has already walked you through, but every bit as consequential to the specific uneven shape German prosperity actually took by 1913. It is worth remembering, too, a handful of the specific and considerably less obvious destinations this same export trade actually reached, because German machine tools and German railway equipment found genuinely eager buyers among Ottoman, Argentine and Brazilian railway builders racing across these same decades to open up their own vast interior territories the way German railways had once opened up the Ruhr. German electrical firms wired municipal tramways and power stations in cities from Buenos Aires to Shanghai, and German chemical dyes reached textile mills across British India itself, a market Britain's own colonial administration technically controlled but could not, in the end, actually prevent German manufacturers from quietly and profitably supplying, a reach this evening would ask you to recognise as genuinely global. Rather than merely a story confined to the rivalry with Britain, this evening's own companion telling on another night has already walked you through in considerably more diplomatic detail. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how directly this same trading reach connected back to the merchant fleet this evening has already introduced you to at Hamburg and Bremen, because German export goods needed German ships to actually carry them, and the same decades that built Hapag and the North German Lloyd into the world's second largest shipping combine also built out a network of German trading houses and German consular commercial offices stretching from Buenos Aires to Shanghai, a genuinely global commercial infrastructure that a fractured patchwork of separate quarrelling German states still arguing over internal tariff barriers the way this evening's own opening hours described them doing in the 1820s could never conceivably have assembled on their own. One final and genuinely concrete demonstration of exactly how directly the specific chain of decisions this whole evening has walked you through. The customs union, the railway, the unified currency, the systematic laboratories actually converted into the kind of raw global economic weight the rest of the industrialized world could no longer afford to overlook or to mock. Let us walk back one final time through everything this long night has actually shown you, because a story built across this many hours deserves to be gathered up and held together before we let it go. It began with a customs union built for nothing grander than shared tariff revenue, and it grew across the 1830s and 40s into the single unified market German industry would eventually need. It continued with a railway laid down between two small Bavarian cities, and the coal and iron that same railway boom demanded built across a single river valley in western Prussia, the most concentrated industrial landscape in Europe. It passed through a war that handed the newly unified empire both a flood of French cash and, considerably more valuable in the end, an enormous and suddenly indispensable deposit of phosphoric iron ore, through a crash that taught German industry the value of cooperation over cutthroat competition, and through a British law meant to shame German goods that German manufacturers spent 2 decades quietly turning into the opposite of an insult. It ran through university laboratories that trained chemists the way an army trains officers, through a telegraph engineer's dynamo and his younger rivals' gamble on Thomas Edison's patents, through banks that behave like partners rather than landlords, and through a chancellor who built the world's first welfare state, in his own words, to buy his own workers' loyalty rather than to earn it freely. And it ran, at every single step along that same path, through the actual bodies of the miners, the mill children, and the crowded tenement families whose own names this evening could never fully recover, but whose own labour, in the most literal sense available, built every single furnace, every single laboratory, and every single railway mile this story has spent so long celebrating. Consider too the specific and genuinely striking overall economic measure, standing behind every individual industry this evening has already described, because German national income, the total value of everything the empire's own economy actually produced in a given year, grew across the 4.5 decades between unification and the eve of the First World War, at a compound rate several economic historians have calculated as roughly double the pace of British national income growth across those exact same years, so that an economy considerably smaller than Britain's own at the moment of German unification had, by 1913, grown to a total size genuinely comparable to Britain's own. A single macroeconomic fact standing behind every specific steel ton, every specific die patent, and every specific railway mile this whole long night has already walked you through in such patient and specific detail. It is worth naming one final time exactly what this whole accumulated ledger actually adds up to, because a story willing to admire the furnace has to be equally willing to admire and to grieve for the specific hands that fed it, and this evening has tried, across every single hour of tonight's long telling, to hold both of those obligations at once, rather than letting the more comfortable one quietly crowd the other out. By 1913, on the very eve of the catastrophe that a story told on another night in this same room has already walked you through, the transformation this whole evening has described stood essentially complete. Germany produced more steel than Britain, France, and Austria-Hungary combined. Its own chemical industry supplied the overwhelming majority of the entire world's synthetic dye, and a rapidly growing share of the world's pharmaceuticals besides. Its own electrical firms had wired cities on nearly every populated continent. And the specific phrase, made in Germany, that a British Parliament had once mandated stamped onto foreign goods, specifically to warn its own shoppers away from them, had become, across barely 25 years, the single most trusted guarantee of precision and reliability a manufactured object anywhere in the industrialized world could actually carry. A reversal so complete that German manufacturers themselves had by this point taken to stamping the words onto their own goods voluntarily, long after the original law requiring it had become, for all practical purposes, entirely beside the point. It is worth remembering, briefly and without walking through it in any further detail tonight, exactly what became of this entire machine within barely a single year of the moment this evening's own story has chosen to end, because a story told on another night in this same room has already walked you through the specific naval race, the specific colonial confrontations, and the specific chain of alliances and family quarrels that carried Germany and its own neighbours into the general European war that broke out in the summer of 1914, and it is worth naming only this much here, that the very same coal syndicates, steel cartels, chemical laboratories, and universal banks this whole evening has spent so many hours describing were, within weeks of that same war zone outbreak, redirected almost entirely toward the production of shells, of poison gas synthesized in the very same laboratories that had once perfected synthetic dye, and of the nitrogen-fixing explosives Karl Bosch's own industrial process, invented to feed a hungry world, was hurriedly repurposed to help feed a starving one instead. A final and genuinely sobering reminder that the astonishing machine this evening has asked you to admire and to reckon with honestly was never merely a story about steel tonnage and dye patents, but a story about raw national capacity that proved, in the end, just as readily converted to the machinery of a catastrophic war as it had once been converted to the machinery of aspirin tablets and electric street lamps. That brings us to the end of our story tonight, though it is worth sitting for just one more moment with the particular kind of ending this one actually is, because it is not quite the triumphant conclusion the numbers alone might suggest, and it is not quite the pure cautionary tale a purely political reading of the following century's own catastrophes might prefer either. It is simply, and rather more honestly, the story of what a specific group of specific human beings, chemists and bankers and chancellors and miners and children, working looms too heavy for their own small hands, actually built together out of a fractured and thoroughly unpromising patchwork of small German states across a single working lifetime, a machine of coal and capital and cold calculation, impressive enough that the whole of the industrialized world eventually had no choice but to take it seriously, and human enough, underneath every one of its own staggering statistics. that it is worth remembering the actual people who paid for it exactly as carefully as we remember the empire it eventually built. It is worth sitting, too, for just a moment longer with what a single working lifetime actually means when you measure it against your own, because the 80 years this whole story has asked you to walk through, from a fractured customs union in the 1830s to a fully formed industrial superpower on the eve of catastrophe in 1913, is roughly the same span a single long human life might cover. A grandfather born inside the old fragmented patchwork this evening's own opening hours described, living long enough to watch his own grandson grow up inside cities lit by electric light, treated with synthesized medicine, and employed in factories built along principles neither one of them would have recognized as remotely possible at the other's own birth. A reminder that the scale of transformation this evening has spent so many hours describing was not, in fact, some impossibly distant historical abstraction, but something an ordinary family sitting together at an ordinary table could genuinely have watched happen within the span of its own living memory. It is worth sitting one final time with the two images this evening opened with, and has now, at last, brought fully back around to meet each other, a Scottish inspector's magnifying glass held up to a cheap German lock in a Philadelphia exhibition hall, and waiting patiently on the other end of this whole long night, a German chemist's steady hand at a laboratory bench, a German banker's patient signature on a decades-long loan, and a German miner's own shortened breath, holding up, between the three of them, an entire industrial civilization. The rest of the world eventually had no honest choice left but to take seriously whatever it had once found so easy to mock. Thank you, sincerely, for spending this long and unhurried night here with me, walking through furnaces and laboratories and railway timetables that most tellings of history never slow down long enough to actually look at closely. If any part of this story found you tonight, take a moment whenever it suits you to like this video and subscribe, only ever because you genuinely want to. And if you would like to help this small channel keep finding its own way toward 10,000 subscribers, every single one of you who joins us along the way genuinely does help more than you probably know. If you are watching on YouTube, remember that the Spotify link for this channel is waiting for you down in the description, since new episodes have taken to arriving there a little earlier these days, and if you're listening on Spotify right now, all it takes is searching Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of this small, patient project. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments, because somewhere out there tonight, under a sky that looks nothing like the one over your own head right now, another tired stranger is settling into this same slow story. Close your eyes now, if you have not already. Let the last of tonight's furnaces and railway lines and quiet laboratory benches fade gently into the dark behind your own eyelids, and let whatever is still turning over in your own mind tonight grow smaller and quieter and further away. The way a whole industrial valley must eventually look from high enough above it, just a small, warm scattering of light in an otherwise sleeping countryside. Good night, and sweet dreams.